let's talk about the difference between command and shell in Ansible. Okay. You remember yesterday we have executed some commands using the module called command. Okay. And shell is also something similar, but in the operating way, they are a bit different. Okay. Let's see the difference here. VI, CMD versus shell.yaml. Tasks, testing, command, we use command echo dollar host name register output debug msg equal to output dot std out. Okay. So I'm just going to print a shell variable called host name. Okay. If I run the same command on the CentOS machine, I can see output. You can see that it is returning SP global training. So let me just see what is the difference in executing this command on both command and shell. Tasks, testing, shell, shell, register, output, debug. I'm just printing the standard output in the playbook execution. Okay, so let me save this. So Ansible playbook cmd was shell.yaml. You see that when I'm using the command, it is not printing the value. When I'm using the shell, only during the shell it is printing it. Sorry, I shouldn't have entered multiple tasks. So if you see that when I'm using command, it is just printing the variable name. It is not actually printing the value. While during using the shell, it is printing the value. So this is the basic difference between command and shell. So when you run any command using command, it will not create a shell. So you will not have any shell variables available. But if you use shell, it will use the environment variables and then execute it. So basically, it's opening a shell for executing the command and then giving that option. So whenever you want to use any local system variables or environment variables, you need to use the shell instead of the command CMD. Clear guys on this difference? CMD versus shell.
Yeah.
Let me put this on the Slack. Please execute and let me know.
So Satish, this shell just runs on the CentOS, is it?
Sorry?
The shell command just runs on the CentOS.
Yeah, basically in the Ubuntu node, the Ansible user doesn't have the shell, which is having the problem.
Okay, okay.
You can just modify that. I will show you for Ansible, for the Ubuntu node. So the problem with the Ubuntu node is, it is for the Ansible user, the default shell is sh. So let me change it to bash. This file for the Ansible user, let me change the shell to now. If I run the command again, should see. So this environment variable is not available for this thing. I can use a username that is available in both. Yeah, I can use this username. This should help you instead of this host name. So basically the host name variable is not available in Ubuntu. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me print the shell instead of this. Shell variable is available for command also. Think about something different. Inside our home. Home should be also available because this is, yeah, home is a default variable.
And where is that you check the variables in the servers, Satish?
In the server, just execute the command called env. Env will print the current environment variables.
Okay.
You can just check with the host name. That is the environment variable which is the. From the security perspective, it's always better to use the command rather than shell because it is not going to open a user shell and execute the command. But if you want to use any environment variables or other stuffs, you should use the shell instead of CMD.
Satish, can you just spare like 2-3 minutes and give me a brief example of command and this variable, because I'm not familiar with that.
Like, can you just repeat your question? Like, what
Yeah.
is it?
So explanation of what actually a variable and how is it different from a command?
Okay. On any Linux system or it can be any operating system, there is something called the environment variable is available. Okay, which is going to hold the basic information about the machine, like what is the shell I'm using. Okay, what is the username I'm logged in, what is the host name of the machine. So these are all the environment variables. Okay, if you talk about the 12-factor app, okay, it is always advised to maintain the application configuration in these environment variables. So while going into the Docker and Kubernetes, we'll talk about this microservices concept. There, it's a best practice to store all the configuration as an environment variable rather than storing it in a configuration file. So we normally put things like, for example, you are installing Java. Let's take, okay, Java has an environment variable called Java home. Okay, so whenever you run a Java command, it will try to get the Java home, and from there it will execute the Java. Okay, if you don't have the value populated, okay, the Java command will say fail, saying the Java command not found. Okay, so that is the advantage of this environment variables. Okay, so when you execute a command or when you want to execute a command using the command module in Ansible, okay, it is not going to open a shell and execute the command. So you may get into error like you cannot use the environment variable or something like that. Okay, when you execute the same thing under shell module, it is going to open a shell and then execute this for you so that it will be easy for you to use the environment variables. And from the security perspective, uh, command is a lot better than shell because it's not opening a new shell file.
Makes sense. Yeah. Thank you, Satish.
Okay. Shall we proceed to the next topic?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the next playbook, what we are going to write is, okay, we have talked about copying a file, okay, to the target. Okay. Next, we talked about inline file, which will modify the content of the file. Okay. And next, we talked about shell, okay, which will run a command on the remote machine. Okay. Let's combine all the three. So let's say, imagine like you have a shell script or a Python script. You want that to be copied to a remote machine. From there, you want to modify something on the script, and then you want to run that on the particular machine. Let's see how do I do that. Okay, it is like an example where you want to copy a program to a target, okay, and you just do some modification in the program or the config file. After that, you run the program. How do I do that? So let's do that. So VI application. Okay. Prior to that, let me just create the shell script, okay, and then we will do that. VI program.sh. So I'm going to write a small shell script which will just print the host name. Okay, hash bang /bin /bash st host equal to. Okay, this is the line I'm going to modify using the inline line in module, and echo host name of the server is $host. So this is a simple shell script. What it will do, it will load a value to a variable, okay, and that variable is getting printed. So this is the script I want to run it on the target. So let me save this. Now let me create a file called application. Tasks first, upload the file target server. The module I'm going to use for this called copy. For the copy, I need to provide the source location. So src is /root/ program.sh. Next, I need to copy the file on the destination. Let me put it under /Ansible/ program.sh. Okay, and whenever you write a shell script, you need to provide a execute permission for the file. Otherwise, the script will not execute. Okay, so I need to change the permission of the file to have a execute permission for the owner. So I can tell, while copying, you need to copy with the mode 0755. So in Linux, 7 means it will have read, write, and execute permission. 5 means it will have read and write, and 5. So in Linux, everything is like owner, group, and others. So for the owner, I'm giving 7 permission. That means the owner can read, write, and execute this file. Okay. Next, I'm going to do name, modify the script, line in file. So yesterday in the line in file example, we have seen that how to add a line. Okay, here I'm going to find a line and then replace the content. Okay, so let's do that. State is present and destination is, so this is the destination of, this is the file I want to modify, and I'm going to use regex regular expression. So I want to search for a line which is having, so st host equal to, so this line I want to replace with, so st equal to, let me use an Ansible variable here. So I know that Ansible has a variable fact called Ansible underscore hostname. So based on the machine on which it is running, it is going to print the host name. So on CentOS, it will type in host is equal to CentOS, and in the Ubuntu, it is going to type in host is equal to Ubuntu. Next, so this will modify the script. Now, let me run the script. I'm going to use shell here. This is the script I'm going to run, and let me register the output. Register output hyphen debug msg equal to output is output dot std out. So basically, I have created a shell script, and in the first step, I'm copying the file onto the target with the particular file permission. Then I'm modifying the file content by doing a find and replace. So this line I'm going to replace with this line, and next is I'm running the program, and I'm registering the output, and I'm storing the output. So let me save this. So let me run this program. Playbook application YAML. I need to close the quotes. So you see that the script was changed with the content. And if I go to my this thing slash home Ansible program.sh, you can see that it has populated the value, and it is running that. Same in the Ubuntu also. Program.sh. You can see that it is getting value populated. So everyone please try this. So let me share both the programs. Program.sh. So this is an example where you can copy a script to the target and then run it.
Satish, can't we run from here, like without copying there?
Sorry?
Can't we run without copying to the destination of the file?
No, because the shell script has to be in the target, right?
Okay. So every time if you want to execute some program, so we need to copy there and we need to execute there.
Yes, obviously. See, this is a very simple example. This you can just run it in the Ansible playbook itself. But imagine that like you have a shell script which is going to for a 500 lines or 600 lines of code. You cannot recode everything in Ansible, right? In that case, you can use this approach.
Okay. And one simple question, like we are using Ansible -playbook command every time now.
Yeah.
Do we have any shortcut for that? So we need to type a long.
You can write alias. In Linux, there is something called alias. Okay. You can just create your own alias.
Okay.
Can you see my screen, Satish?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have both. I created program.sh. This one, right?
Okay. Okay. You are in a wrong location. You should be in the root directory of the home directory of the root. Do a cd tilde then and do it, because if you see that
Yeah, right. Yeah, I missed it. Okay, all right, yeah, thanks.
yeah.
Satish, one quick question. Actually, when I do a ping command from my controller, I can see I'm unable to connect to the CentOS node. Okay.
Okay.
But when I do execute certain shell commands or writing files to the server, it is fine. Somehow the controller is able to establish connection with the CentOS and Ubuntu nodes, and it is doing the changes over there. Why it is like that? When I do a ping, why I'm not able to see the success message over
Can you
there?
show me the output? This is not possible because if the
Yeah, I'll share my screen. Yeah, are you able to see my screen?
yeah.
So this is my controller. So when I issue ping command, so okay, no, actually, just yeah, here you can see, right? This ping command actually it showed me this is as unreachable, showing that host key verification failed.
I think you haven't just accepted using yes. Okay, I think you might have pressed yes, so it accepted the key.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Satish.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Satish, what we need to see in the CentOS mission, like the program is copied.
You should see this output. If you see this output, we are good.
I went to the home and Ansible. I'm able to see the copied file. So where should I see the output?
While running the Ansible playbook, you will see the output.
Yeah, I able to see that.
Yeah.
So
And in
the
the 2 years, if you just read the file, you should see this cut.
Okay. Just the content.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they just said, your screen is not being shared.
Oh, sorry. So this should be the file content, because in the actual file, we don't have this entry. So while copying, it has just added the file, and in the Ansible output, you should see this.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Next, what I'm going to do is, next we are going to talk about tags. Okay, imagine that you have a very huge playbook. Okay, in that you want to run only one particular step on a particular target. Okay, you don't want to run the complete playbook, you want to run one particular step. That is where tags comes into picture. You can create a tag for a particular run. Okay, there you can just um, run only the particular step instead of running the complete playbook. Okay, let's see how do I do that. Okay, for this example, I'm going to use installation of MariaDB server and also start of the MariaDB server. So let's do that. So vi MariaDB dot YAML space HostS become yes, because I'm going to install a package. I want this to run as run with a sudo privilege. SKS tasks install MariaDB server. So I'm going to use yum name is MariaDB-server and I want the state to be equal to name equal to MariaDB, state equal to latest. Yes, tags. You can create multiple tags also. Let me create one tag called install. Creating one more name. MariaDB. Service. Name equal to MariaDB. State equal to started. I'm going to provide a tag for this. Tags. Started. Okay. So as I'm using M package, I want to use it only on the CentOS machine. So let me just put it only for the CentOS instead of the complete Linux host. The host, let me modify this to escape WQ. So let me first run the playbook completely. Then I will talk about the tags. So Ansible playbook mariadb.yaml. It is just installing the MariaDB server on the CentOS. Let's give it some time. It's still running. So let's give it some more time. Taken a different package. It's very simple. So let's give some more time. Show you something simpler. taking longer time. Let me take a different example, which is very simple. Why it is taking longer time? Let me kill this process. Hold it. The installation is 147 MB. Fast. This was fast. Remove this. Let me run the playbook again and see. This was I think the process got stuck in the middle or something like that. Okay, so this has installed the service, okay, and it has started. Okay, now if in the CentOS machine system ctl status MariaDB. Okay, so this is in the active state. The MariaDB is in the active state. Let me do one thing. If I run the playbook again, it is going to run both the tasks. Okay, I just want this install step to be fixed, skipped, and only the start should be run. Then I can run it with --, tags, and what is the name I have given for this? Start. Yeah, --, tags. Start. So if you see that it's only starting, that it is not going for the installation steps. In the same way, I can use it in a reverse way also, --, skip -tags. So in that case, it is going to skip the start task and do only the installation. Okay, so just try this. So this is the use of a tags. Like either you can include only particular tag or you can exclude a particular tag. And you can provide multiple tags also with a comma separated value. So guys, try this, let me know. Guys, let me know once it is completed. And you guys are clear on this concept of tags, right?
Yeah, Satish.
Yes, Satish. Yeah.
And Satish.
Satish, I'm getting an issue. Can I share the screen?
Yeah, sure, please. No, you should not just run the start first. You should run the playbook first, then only you should use the tag. Remove the tag, yeah, run it. Because first we need to install the MariaDB, then only you can just run a tag first tag. Without installation, you cannot start a service. So give it some time.
And Satish, this installation of MariaDB can also be tagged, right?
Yeah, that is already tagged. You can just try it with the tags installed.
Okay.
You see that this time the install is skipped. Yeah, now only the install is running. The start is skipped.
This first time when we execute this one, no, like with
Yeah, first time when you execute it, it is going to run all the tasks. There are two tasks in that. One is installation and the other one is start. So next time you are forcing it to only do the start. So that's why you are seeing in the second run only start MariaDB is there, install is not there. Okay.
Okay.
In the next one, you are skipping the tag called start. It's running only the install.
Okay, got it, Satish. Thank you.
Yeah. So the next thing what we are going to do about is called variables. Okay, we told we told that variables till now we have seen only fact variables, you how to use them. Okay, so variables, there is a constraint or a limitation in the how you can write a variable. Okay, so let me just show you a couple of things. Okay, so the variable name can be something like Ansible training. Okay. So this is a valid variable, or if you want to put an underscore, this is also valid. So if I want to training 1, and this is also a valid variable. Okay, so these are all valid variables. Like if you want to give it like this is an invalid variable. The variable cannot have a space, and you cannot have a variable like this, and you cannot have a variable with hyphen also. So these are all examples of valid variables, and these are all examples of invalid variable. You cannot have a variable with a space in it, or with a hyphen in it, or you cannot have a variable with the name itself. Okay. Clear, guys? What are all the valid allowed variable names? These are all the allowed. So these are all not allowed. Okay. So first, let me start with how to write a variable inside a playbook itself. Okay. So let's create one playbook. Vi playbook variable.yaml set hyphen sts. So you can write a variable called vars test. I'm going to call a variable called test. Okay. Then in the tasks, let me just print the variable name printing variable as debug. MSG MSG equal to the name of the variable. So let me save this. Ansible playbook. So it should be inside this. string anything, right? So it should be this way. Test. So this is the example where I'm writing a variable inside the playbook itself. Like I can write multiple variables also. This is one example where I'm writing a variable and I'm just printing the variable using the debug message and I'm printing the variable. This is a quick example of variable.
So Satish, these variables, we just write it so that the one who runs it, it makes him more readable, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is about you can keep anything like in any programming language you need variables, right? You will be
Right.
passing some values and all those stuff. So I'm just showing what are the ways you can write values to a variable. This is on the playbook itself.
So Satish, is there any concept of the custom variable as well in the Ansible?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Means, is there any concept of the custom variable in the Ansible?
Yeah, this is a custom variable, right? The example which is shown is the custom variable. You are only creating a variable name called test and you are writing your custom value there.
I mean, inside the test, can we write the multiple values? Let's
Yeah,
say.
next is that's what we are going to do. That's called list variable. We'll go to that next.
Okay, means, I was thinking in terms of the class. So can we create the classes and put lot of different categories of the values, different data types there?
There is no data type or any concerns like that in Ansible. So whatever you write inside the value, it is going to come in there.
Okay.
Is this done? Then let's move on to the list variable.
Sure, Satish.
Okay. List variable. Vars. Okay. I can just group something under a variable. Okay, so let's show that. Okay, let's take an example of games. Games is my variable name. it is going to have multiple input in for it. Okay, so RICKET, cricket, football, baseball. We can have one more thing. Track events. Let me just have it like this. So here the variable game is going to have a multiple values for the, okay, so it's kind of a array variable, or we can call it as a list variable. So let me just print a particular variable here. Tasks. List variable. Debug. SG. Games. I can also give a specific number. Normally it starts with 0. Okay. You can just do this way. This is one example. Let me just come back and do it with a loop kind of concept. Let's do that. So first let me print this. Playbook. List variable. You can see that it is printing the football because that is my second line in the variable list. Variable. So if I put 0, it will be printing cricket. So this variable can be also defined in a different structure. Okay, let's just do that. Instead of giving this pattern, I can also give it something like cricket, comma, football, comma, baseball, comma, close it. And let me just try to put the 0 here instead of 1. 0. If I run this now, so you can see it is printing cricket. This is another way of showing the thing. Another way of setting up the variable. I can also run them in loop Same example, going to modify, run them in loop. So instead of games, let me call it as item, and we are going to use the with items with underscore tms items. And for the items, I'm going to give this variable as a input. Games. So this will be printing all the variables. You see that? For every server, it is printing cricket, football, baseball, track events. Okay. This is the example to run the list variable in a loop. Guys, done? Everyone on this list variables?
Yes, Satish.
Okay. Next, not every time you will follow a list, right? You might want to follow something like a key value pair. Normally we call it as a dictionary, right? Like I will have a key and a value. I want to use that value of the key. Okay, let's see how do I use that dictionary variable. Okay, let's see the example. Vi dictionary variable .aml search. And let me give it as vars. Okay. So let me call this like training. Training. Topic. Ansible. Trainer. This. Okay, just keep it. So I'm just giving a dictionary mapping. Topic is Ansible, trainer is Satish, and lab is AWS. Okay. So let me just try to use this in a multiple way. First, let me use TASKS tasks. In the same line. Extra tasks. Print variable debug MSG is, let me print the Python completely. Sorry, let me print the training completely. Training. Okay, let me see this output. So it is printing the complete variable here. Okay, let me show you the next. I do some modifications here. Message in that, let me do it like training topic. Then let me give one more thing in a different format. Training dot topic. Okay, let me run this. I'll show you the output. So these are all the two ways you can use it to print it. Either you put it into the square bracket or you can put a dot. Give that to you. .yaml. This is the example. So next example we are going to see in the dictionary is, I want to run it in a loop option. I want to print everything. So let's see how do I do that. Here, debug, message, yes. I'm going to run a loop. So in the loop, I can use something like item.key value is item.value. Okay. And I'm going to run it with a loop called with underscore dictionary. Okay. So like with item, there is a looping concept called with underscore dictionary with underscore dict. And this is my dictionary name. Use it like this. So this will print topic, Ansible, trainer, Satish, lab, AWS, like in a loop concept. See that key is topic and value is Ansible, key is trainer and value is Satish, key is lab and value is AWS. So it's running for both these servers. So this is how you can run it for a loop on a dictionary variable. Let me this also for you guys. Guys, let me know once it is done. Okay. So till now we have seen about how to write a variable inside the playbook. You can also write a variable in the host file also. That's what we are going to see next. And then we are going to see how to pass the variable during the runtime. Let me see that example.
Satish,
Yeah.
one question. Right now, with the loop, you are looping through entire dictionary object, right? Is it
Yes.
possible to loop through one? But oh, okay, this is not list, right? Okay.
Yeah, this is smart list. You can just use it. You can use a filter, condition, and all those stuffs.
Okay. Yeah, got it, Satish. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're done with this, let's take a break. Once we come back, we'll talk about how to write the variables inside the host file. Then we are going to talk about how to pass the variable during the runtime. Then we are going to see about custom fact, how to write a custom fact. Because till now we are seeing about Ansible default facts. Imagine you want to write a custom fact and use it. How do I do that? Okay. So let's reconvene at 12:15. Okay, guys, I'm back.
Yes, Satish.
Okay. So till now we have talked about how to write a variable inside the playbook. Okay, let's write a variable inside my host file and how do I do that? Okay, so let me edit my host file. AI/LVC GS Okay. There, near the server IP, I can provide a variable. Okay. So let me provide a variable called HTTP underscore port equal to 80. And for the Ubuntu, let me provide HTTP underscore port equal to 81. Let me give two port numbers so that you can see for this one server it is printing it as 80, the other server it is printing it as 81. Okay. So let me save this. Let me create a file called host variables. Yes. X. Yes. Tasks. I can name host variable. Debug. G. HTTP port number is HTTP underscore URT port. Save this. Ansible book variable.yaml. So you see that both the server had different variable and it has printed that respective variable. Let me show you that file also. Cat LVC Ansible host. So for one server, for 39, the HTTP port is equal to 80. It is printing 80. For the other server, it is 81. This is how you can use the host variables. Let me give that in the Slack. This is how you can write a variable on the host file itself.
Satish, what would happen if the variable name is same? Say, for example, if my YAML file is having a variable name same, and if the host file is also having the same variable, so it'll refer the
So
YAML file
mostly
one.
the
Yeah.
YAML file will override it. We'll see this example here itself. Okay. So let me modify this file. Here, let me add one more thing called vars. Vars http underscore port. We call it as 82. Okay. So if I run this, you see whatever you have written in the playbook has overwritten.
Okay.
So done, guys. Print this, give this in the Slack for you guys. So the next thing we are going to do here is, okay, how do I group variables? Like for example, for a host group, I want to set some variables. We have almost, we have already seen this example, right? So in the Windows group, we have given that group variables, right? The username, password, and what should be the WinRM. That is the same method. So we'll see that example. vi slash etc Ansible hosts. So here, let me create one more group called linux :ars. So inside that, let me give something called port equal to 8080. Okay, let me save this and let me modify this post variables here. Let me delete this variable. I don't no longer wanted this. Post group variable debug msg over host group port is host group port is RT. Okay, run this. So it will print. You see that it is also printing the host group port. So this is how you can have group variable also. For a particular group, you can define a variable. Like the previous example we have seen is for a particular server, how to define a variable. If you want to define a variable for the group, you can do this way. Okay, guys. Done, guys.
Yeah, Satish.
Yeah. Okay. So now, till now we have talked about writing a variable in a file, either in a playbook or in the host file and using that. Okay. Instead of, I want to pass a variable during the runtime. Let's see how do I create that. Okay. So for that, Let me use a different use case. Okay, I want to create a user on the remote machine. Okay, and the username I will just provide during the runtime. Okay, so let me use this example. Vi user add dot yaml. OSTS X. Okay, let me quickly find the Ansible user module and use that. Name is record field. So let me create this. Space tasks space name create user. The module is user. Name. I'm going to pass the variable. Let me call it as username. I'm going to use a variable called username. This value I will pass it during the creation process. So next state is status present and shell is, so I want to use the user to have a bin bash shell. Okay. So this is a simple user creation module where I'm providing the username and I want it to be in the present state. Okay, and shell is bin bash. Okay, present is not a mandatory. State by default it is state default is present. Even if I don't give the present, it's not going to make much sense. And I want the shell to be bin bash. Okay, so let's run this. While running this, I want to create or pass a extra variable. So Ansible -playbook .yaml. Username is the variable. So Ansible playbook user add.yaml -extra -vars extra vars codes username equal to test. So this will create a user on the Linux machines with the username test. So that's what I'm passing here. So let me run this. Okay, I'm getting a permission in it because I haven't given the became yes. We modify the file. become yes. Run this. Now let me. Okay. So if I go to my CentOS, cat/etc password, I can see a test user was created with bash shell. The same I would be able to see it on the Ubuntu. /etc password. So you can see that test user was created with this. So this is how you can create the user. Okay. If I'm going to run the same command again, it's not going to make any sense because the user is already there. So it will be okay only, not any changed. Cat user add.yaml. So this is how you can pass a variable during the execution. Guys, let me know once it is done. We'll proceed on to the next step.
Satish, in the CentOS system to check the user created or not.
Yeah, you just read the file called cat etc password. This is where all the user informations will be there. Just run this command. The last line would be your new user created.
Yeah, thank you.
Done, guys?
So Satish, just one doubt here. If you have to
Yeah.
pass some multiple parameters, right? So it's a comma separated one.
Yeah, you can pass multiple parameters like a comma separated one. Yes.
Okay.
Let's say the same example. Let's say I want to pass the shell also. I can just do that. Let me just do this. Excuse me. Strawberries space shell equal to slash shell name directly slash bin slash bash. So nothing has changed. If I interrupt bash, if I change it to sh, I would see it will get changed. Okay, now if I go ahead and see that same file again, the bash should have been changed to sh. You see that? So this is how you can pass multiple variables also. Space, the variable equal to val. Let me put this also. Okay. Then guys, let me move on to next topic.
Yep.
Okay. So next thing I'm going to talk about is called custom facts. Okay. Till now we have seen about Ansible default facts, right? It is having lots of stuff like Ansible. Ansible -m. It's not all. Run it for only one mission. Only for the CentOS node. Yum. Setup. So there are multiple variables here, right? So I'm sure that there is no variable called time is available. Let me try to look for time. Okay. So Ansible date time So this is the current or the time when the fact was executed. Okay. So let me, does it have a date? Date is there. Okay. So let me create a fact called, let me just try to print this as a custom fact inside the Ansible. Okay, let's see how do I do that. Okay, so for this, I want a file which will be giving the output as a JSON format in the target server. So basically, whenever you want to write a custom fact, you want a shell script or any executable file. When I execute it, the output should be something like it will give me a my desired output in a JSON format. So it is specifically looking for JSON format. So first of all, let me create a file. Let me create a shell script which will just print the date and timestamp in a JSON format. Okay. Then using the Ansible playbook, I will copy that file to the target mission. Then I will execute it, and then I will show you how to print that custom fact. Okay. So let's see that. So first of all, let me create a script which will print the date output in a JSON format. So let me create it as a template itself. I will use this template to copy the file onto the target. Okay. So vi date time dot sh dot j2. Let me create a ninja2 template here. Hash exclamation slash bin slash bash date equal to escape character date. So this will write the output of the date to a variable called date. Then I'm going to print that in a JSON format. Echo escape double quotes. I wanted to print the double quotes also. So I'm just giving escape. In Linux, backslash is equivalent to escape date slash quotes colon slash quotes $AT slash quotes. Yeah. So when I run the script, it is going to print the output as a JSON format, where in the curly braces, it's going to print me the date is this value. So let me just save this file and let me run this file. So for that, I need to change the permission of it. 7 or chmod plus x small x datetime.sh dot slash datetime.sh. You see that it is printing the output in a JSON format. Okay, this is how I want the output to be there whenever I print some values to the custom fact. Okay, so my template is ready. Now I need to copy this file onto a particular directory in the node, so that during the execution, it will run that script and get the output, and this will be stored in the custom fact. So let's do that. So prior to that, let me just give that ninja template to you guys. Custom fact.yaml. So yes, hosts directory. Okay. So I'm just going to use the file resource. So actually these fact scripts will be stored under a directory called etc ansible facts.d. So path equal to /etc /ansible /rcts facts.d, and I want to create, if any of the parent directory is not available, I want that to be created. So for that, the output is called recurse. Recurse equal to yes, and state should be equal to directory. So this will create the directory on the host machine. Next, let me copy the create the fact script using template. Source src equal to /root / file name I have date time sh.ninja2. Okay. Destination is, okay, just note the destination, whatever the file name I'm giving, that will be the fact name it will be stored. Okay, it should always with an extension called dot fact. So let me call it as date time dot fact. Call it as date underscore time dot act. And I want this as an executable file. So let me provide the mode should be 0755. Next, let me name reload the fact. After executing, I want to reload the fact. So I'm going to use the module called setup. In that, I just wanted to filter only the local variables. So normally the local variables will start it with filter equal to Ansible underscore local. So first I have created a script which will print the output in a JSON format. Then on the remote machine, I'm creating the facts directory. There I'm just copying the script with the fact name dot fact. Then I'm running the setup module, which will just filter the Ansible local variables. So let me run this. Ansible -playbook custom fact.yaml. Okay, I'm getting a permission denied error. Let me just do a became yes. Become yes. So it has reloaded the fact. Now, if I run this setup module, Ansible -m setup 5 grep me see what is the name I have given for this. I think date underscore time. Let me just do it like Ansible local. Let's see whether the file is created. Ansible facts.d. Just printing that in the correct format. Let me just try to print it in the book itself. Shit. Yeah, custom fact.yaml. This custom fact. G. Custom fact is IDLV underscore local dot date underscore time. This line number 18. Oh, I didn't close the oops. Yeah, you can see it is printing now. So this is how you can create a custom fact and use it. So whatever may be the custom fact, you just need it as a very executable script. So while whatever file inside the etc Ansible facts.d, that will be executed and the fact name will be stored in the fact provided there. This is how you can create a custom fact and use it.
Satish,
Yeah.
can you just explain me the Ginger2 file and the custom fact file once again? I just want to understand this.
Okay. So for writing a custom fact, you need a executable, which will give the output as a JSON format, okay, in the target mission. That means in the host mission, I want the executable and the output should be in a JSON format. So first of all, I have created a shell script, right? So that's what I have created, a shell script, datetime.sh. So this will print the current date and time in a JSON format. You see that it was 7:34. Okay. Previously it was 7:32. Okay. So this file.
One thing, the hash and exclamation /bin/bash, that's the syntax for writing shell script.
Shell script, yeah.
That's the default one. Like
yeah, that's the default one. So this will execute the below commands in the bash shell.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay. So here I'm just running a command called date and writing it to a variable called date in capital. Then I'm printing them in a JSON format. So that's how you are seeing this.
Yeah.
Okay. So this file, I want to copy that to the target mission, okay, inside a directory called etc ansible facts.d. So that's why as a first step, I'm just creating this directory. If the directory is not there, it will create that directory. Then it will copy the Ninja template, which is nothing but a shell script. It will copy the Ninja template to this directory with this file name date_time.fact.
Okay.
Okay. Next, as the file is loaded there, whenever I run a setup module, it is going to load that value into the Ansible facts. So that is where I'm seeing this value. So I'm just printing the custom fact. So the custom fact name will be Ansible_local.date timestamp.
So that is like whatever the file name we have given there.
Yeah, that is the name the facts will be stored.
Okay.
So Ansible_local need to be given compulsory.
Yeah, because if you see that the default Ansible facts are starting with Ansible, right?
Okay.
When I run a setup module, you see this, right? Everything is starts with Ansible.
Okay.
Okay, like that, if you the local custom variables will start with Ansible_local.
Okay.
So Satish, whenever we create a custom facts, we need some executable, right?
Sorry?
Whenever we are creating the custom facts, we need to have some executable.
Yes, we need to have executable.
And it's only in the JSON format, or it can work with any other format like XML or any other?
It can be only in JSON format.
Okay. And what is the use case, the real-time scenario when we will go for this custom fact?
Like imagine that you want to take some parameter specific to the server. Like let's say you are saying that this server belongs to the dev server. Okay. So based on that, you want to take some decision. Okay. You can write a custom fact for that server saying that it's a dev server. And inside that playbook, you can write a condition saying that when this server, this local fact is dev, do this kind of stuff.
Okay.
One example, it's like that. You can have it something like, let's say my CPU usage. Okay. I'm writing a custom fact like CPU usage is 75. Okay. If the CPU usage is less than 75, I want this to be executed. If it is more than 75, I want a different command to be executed. Then you can get the CPU usage as a custom fact, and based on that, you can take a decision. It has various use cases.
Okay. So with the help of the setup modules, right?
Yeah. Guys, let me know once it is done. We will move on to the Ansible Vault.
Yeah, Satish, I'm getting an issue when I try to run this.
Sorry?
I'm getting an issue when I try to run that.
Okay. Can you share me?
Can I share? Yeah, sure.
Let me stop my share. Provide a permission chmod plus x chmod single command chmod plus mod. There is no mode. It's mod plus x. This file name. Now run this. Yeah, now you are getting the output. Then apply that. So it's printing.
Yeah, Satish, thanks.
Yeah. Two minutes, guys. I'll be back. Okay, guys. So let's see an example for Ansible Vault. Okay. So Ansible Vault is a encryption mechanism. Imagine if your playbook is having some critical or sensitive information like username or password or some other sensitive information, while reading the playbook, you don't want that to be exposed. Okay, only users with valid rights or valid key should be able to access that particular playbook. Okay, that is where Ansible Vault is going to come in as a example or advantage for you. Okay, so the command is Ansible Vault. Let me create a playbook which is completely encrypted. Inside that, let me write some confidential kind of data which will be created on the target server, just to show you example of Vault. Okay, so first Ansible hyphen AULT Vault create proprietary.yaml. Spelling for proprietary. Proprietary dot. So whenever you are creating an Ansible Vault content, okay, it is going to ask you for a password. You need to remember this password. Whenever you want to read this file, you will be able to read this file only with the password. Otherwise, you will not be able to access the file. So let me create a password for this. So let me create a password and let me confirm the password. Okay, so this file is now available for me. So here, let me write the playbook. Insert 3 HOSTS X create a sensitive file. I'm going to use the copy module. So I want the content equal to this file contains proprietary information. I want the destination to be, I want this file to be created on the target server equal to /home /Ansible /proprietary.txt. Okay, so let me save this. Okay, if I try to read the content cat proprietary, you can see that it is having some encrypted value. You will not be able to see what is the content of the playbook at all. Okay, but if I want to apply this, so Ansible -playbook proprietary.yaml. Okay, I need to ask it to say, you should ask for the vault password ask vault pass. So it is going to ask me for the vault password. If I give the password, the playbook will be executed. Okay, if I go to my CentOS, cat /home Ansible proprietary.txt. So you can see that whatever I give inside the playbook, it is getting printed there. But with the playbook, you will not be able to see the content. So this is a use of a Ansible vault. So you can encrypt a playbook which through which you will be able to safeguard your sensitive information on your playbook. Let me just I will not be able to So if I want to edit the file, Ansible -vault edit, library.yaml. It is going to ask me for the vault password. So let me give the password and I can see the content. Okay. So let me give all the commands. So to create the Ansible vault, this is the command, you can just do it. And to apply the playbook, you need to use it with the ask vault password. I try to run it without anything. Say attempting to decrypt, but no vault secret found. So whenever I want to run it, I should run it with the option ask vault password. Guys, let me know once it is done. Next, we will see about give the edit command. Okay. So this is the command to edit the playbook.
Satish,
Yeah.
I'm getting an error. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, please.
you able to see?
Yeah.
It's saying error loading. Please check the content.
Is there a problem in the fact key which you given last time? But actually the file is created, just only warning.
Okay.
If you just see it on the target, you will be able to see the file with the decrypted content. Can you just check it on the target?
How can I check it on target?
Go to the CentOS and print the file which we created. CD. It will be in the Ansible users home directory, cat/home/Ansible.
Target file, what is it?
Yeah, the target file name was proprietary.txt. That's how it show. PROP. You can see the decrypted content there. On the Ubuntu server also, you should be able to see a similar content. The same file. Okay. So the next step, what we are going to do is, imagine I don't want to edit the file. Okay, I just want to read the content of the file. There is a command called Ansible Vault View.
Satish, you're not sharing.
Oh, sorry. So the command is Ansible Vault View proprietary.yaml. Which is going to ask me the password. So by this I will just able to see the content of the file. Edit will allow you to edit. You will be able to see the content of the file. Imagine you want to change the key, okay, or the password. Okay, how do I change that? So the command is Ansible -vault key proprietary.yaml. So it is going to ask the current password. Let me enter the current password. It is going to ask me for the new vault password. So let me give a new password. Some mistake while typing. Yeah. So this is how you can change the password of the file.
Satish, can we create a master password for the entire vault instead of like every time creating a new password for each YAML, right?
Master password. It's basically like you create one password and use it across. You cannot store it somewhere else and then use it as a variable because that defeats the purpose of encrypting the data.
Okay. Okay.
Because the password has to be provided during the runtime. You cannot store it as a variable and then use it. So in case if I want to decrypt the file, I can use it like Ansible Vault, ECR YPT decrypt. proprietary.yaml. Now I can see the file. So these are all the various options of vault. So previously, before the, if you want to decrypt that file, you can use decrypt. Rekey will change the password.
So Satish, just one doubt here. Let's say we created one playbook, right? Means in the CentOS with the VI template, okay? And we are not going with the Ansible vault create. Means we created that file, but we can run the playbook again with the Ansible, the vault, asking for the vault password there, right?
Yeah, you can ask run it again, because now this file is decrypted. After decrypted, you don't need the vault password.
No, I mean in the first instance itself. Let's say when I'm creating the file, the playbook. So on that time, I'm not applying the Ansible vault there. I'm just simply
Okay.
right.
For an existing file, if you want apply the Ansible vault, the command is, but that's a good question. Ansible -valt. So imagine it's a existing file now, because it's not encrypted. Proprietary.yaml is not encrypted. So if I want to apply vault to an existing file, you can use encrypt. Instead of decrypt, you can use encrypt. CRYPT encrypt. This proprietary.yaml is going to ask for a vault password. Let me give a password. Confirm the password. Now this is encrypted.
So for this one, we can go again, right? Ansible vault. We can
Yes.
pass the
Now,
password.
if we want to give it like ask password, I need to give it like ask password.
Okay. Okay.
So you have an existing playbook, you want to encrypt it, you can use this option, Ansible vault encrypt. Okay, guys. So the next concept we are going to talk about is called roles. Okay. Roles are nothing but combining multiple tasks into a single group and then use it. Okay. So Ansible has a utility called Galaxy. Okay. Where you can find multiple roles that are previously available. Okay. So the advantage over roles is you combine all the record stuff in a single role, and that role can be assigned to a particular node, by which you don't need to worry about redoing things and then modifying multiple playbooks or something like that. Okay. So let me just show you some of the publicly available roles. Let me just search for Apache. There is a Apache role. If you just go and search for it, you can see information about this. Okay, what is this? What are the OS platform it supports? So you see a single role support multiple OS platforms. Okay, and you can see the source code also. There will be a GitHub repo. You can just go and see the source code, how this role is written and all those stuffs. Okay, so these are all the contents of the role. Okay. So either you can download this particular role from the Galaxy. Okay, we are not going to do that. Let's just start with creating our own role. Okay, we'll take the similar example for Apache. Okay, then we will do that.
Role is nothing but like creating a folder and creating a file combined together, and you give it a name.
Yes.
Okay.
So imagine like for Apache installation, we have multiple tasks, right? One is installing the package, other one is putting a HTML file, and next one is starting the service or enabling the service, and we write handlers and all those stuffs, right? So we can just, I'm just giving a very simple example, okay? So you can just combine everything as a role, and that role can be assigned to one particular mission. So let's start with creating a simple role. So normally the default location for the role is /etc Ansible roles. So currently this directory is empty. So it's always better to maintain the roles in this location so that you will get the roles in a single location. Okay. So first of all, let me create a Ansible role called Apache. Okay, in an offline mode. Okay. If I try to run the Ansible Galaxy command without offline mode, it will try to go to the internet and try to pull the publicly available role. Okay. So let me show you that. The command is Ansible -galaxy init /etc Ansible roles /Apache. Okay. So if I you see that it is having, oh sorry, let's create only empty role. It's an empty role only. Okay, to download the role from this, you can, okay, I think there is no role called Apache available. It should be like this guy.apache. Okay, if, okay, I'll just show you this. So to install a role, go into the, cd/etc Ansible roles ls-l. I see one directory called Apache. So if I install with the complete name, so now if I do this, I can see now it is downloading the Apache role. So cat tasks main.yaml, you can see. Oh, I think it is downloading it to this directory. Okay. Sorry. Tasks.yaml. So it is downloading it to this directory. Or otherwise, if you wanted to download it to a particular directory, you can just provide this Ansible Galaxy installed to a particular directory.
And Satish, that Galaxy changes as per the domain you're hosted on?
Yeah, you can also have an internal Galaxy also. By default, it will be pointing to the Ansible Galaxy in the public.
Okay.
So if I want to install it to a particular directory, I can use -p /etc Ansible roles. You see that now if you do ls-l, you can see the Ansible is downloaded to this directory. Okay, to install a public role to a particular directory, you can use this command. Okay. So to initialize your local role, I have given the command as Ansible Galaxy init the directory name. So the first one is to install the public directory. Next one is initialize a local directory. So yeah. So let me explain you what are the folders and files in a role. Okay. When you create a role, it is going to create multiple directories. So let's see what are all the content of it. Okay. So for this, let me install a command called tree. So this package will just show the content in a tree format. So you see that there are a couple of things which is getting created. Okay, let me explain one by one. First is defaults. Okay, for the role level, if you want to have any variables, okay, you can just store them. Okay, so these are all the default variables which you want to keep it for the role. Like we have talked about variables inside the playbook, variables inside the host file, variables during the runtime. But if you want to maintain some variables in the role level, you can just keep it in the default. Okay. And next is called files. Okay, imagine your role wants to copy some static file to a target. If you want to store them, you can use this. The better example will be php.ini. Okay. So the php.ini will be a constant file. Very rarely we will make changes to the php.ini file. So those kind of static files, if you want to keep it, you can keep it inside the files directory. Okay. Next is your handlers. So normally we have created the handlers in a normal, in the same playbook, right? Here you can keep all the handlers inside this main.yaml. Okay. Next is meta. Okay. So this basically talks about information about the role. Okay. Who is the owner of the role? Who is maintaining it? Okay. Where exactly the Git location is there? Okay. So those kind of information, you can see it in the meta. Okay. README is just a README file. And task is the directory. This is where your actual playbook will be stored. Okay. And next is templates. Templates is the area where you can store all your templates, Ninja 2 templates, which is being used in the role. And next is test. Test is something like how can I execute a testing of the playbook? Because normally when you write a playbook, you cannot directly run it on a target, right? You need to basically test it. There are multiple ways to test it. You can bring up a Docker image, and on that you can apply the playbook and then do it. There are multiple tools available. The tool which is majorly used in Ansible is called Molecule. Molecule is a tool which through which you can run test cases, right? So it will bring up a Docker container. On top of that, it will install all the application, and then you can write test cases. It will tell you whether the test case is successful or not. Okay. And next is the vars. Vars are additional variables used in the role, but it takes the highest priority. If you have the same variable in default and also in vars, vars takes the highest priority than the default variable. Okay. If you want to override some of the variable, you can use it in the vars. So these are all the important directory structure of a role. So defaults contains the variable, file contains the static files, handlers contains the handlers, meta contains the information about the role, task contains the actual playbook, template contains the templates, and test contains the test information, and vars contain the elevated variables, I would say, or higher priority variables. Clear, guys, on this role directory structure?
So these are created once you make your role folder public, is it?
Yeah. No, not public. When I just initialize my role, these folders will be created.
Okay. So you create a Apache folder first and then you initiate it, or
No,
that's the complete
nothing.
together?
I just executed the command
And that creates it
I
all
have given
together.
the right init.
Uh-huh.
So I just ran this command. It automatically created the complete folder structure for me.
Makes sense. Okay.
Okay. So let's write the simple role for Apache. Okay. So let me go inside the roles directory. Okay. There I am going to create 3 different tasks. One is to install, one is to configure, and other one is to other one is to start this service. Okay. So let me just start creating them under the tasks. So vi tasks install.yaml install.yaml. Here we don't have any task or host or anything. We are just directly writing the task name, install http package, and I'm just going to use yum. name is, sorry, name equal to httpd and state equal to latest. Okay, this YAML, this playbook will just install the latest version of httpd. Okay. Next, let me create the configure tasks figure.yml. Here, let me just copy the index.html there. 3 hyphens, hyphen, name, copy, index html. Okay. So here I'm not going to use a template. I'm just going to use a copy resource. So copy source is going to be, okay. So I'm not going to give the complete location. It is going to be a relative path. So on this role, use the file from the files directory. While explaining the tree structure, I told about there is a directory called file, right? So I'm just going to get the files from the files directory. And I'm going to store it as index.html and destination equal to, I know that this should be stored on the server where www HTML / index.html. Okay. Next is, let's see, I'm going to create a handler which will be restarting that, right? So let me create the handler. My handler is not yet created. So let's just create this handler. Call the handler, notify hyphen restart Apache. So I'm just creating the handler, calling the handler. Next, tasks service.yml. Here also pretty straightforward. Name, start, enable httpd service name is name equal to httpd state equal to started and build equal to yes. So I want this service to be in the started state and it should be in the enabled state. Okay. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to call all these tasks inside by main.yaml. So when the role is created inside the task, there will be a file called main.yaml will be by default created. Okay. Inside that, I'm going to call all these individual files. So I can do it like something like hyphen import underscore tasks and the file name is install.yaml. So this is how you can call one playbook from the other playbook. Import tasks, configure.yaml, then service.yaml. So in any role, the main.yaml is the critical file, which is going to have all the information, tasks, service.yaml. Okay, so let me save this. Next, let me edit the handlers. In handlers also there will be a main.yaml. So let me create the handler hyphen name restart Apache and the services name httpd and the state should be equal to httpd state equal to restarted. So let me call it as restarted. My handlers is ready. Now I need to create the index.html file in the files directory. Vi files index.html. Let me put some random content. I'm not going to form any HTML tag or anything. This is the test page for Ansible Apache role. Okay, let me save this. Okay, so my role is ready. So basically I have created 3 tasks, 1 handler and 1 file. Okay, let me just share you all these things. Configure service .yaml cat handler main.yaml this index.html. So after the init, you go into the directory and then create all these files. Okay. Next, if I want to assign this role to a particular machine, let me create a separate playbook for that. For that, let me go into the home directory of the root user and let me create a file like vi apache role.yaml insert. So I want OSTS. I want this to be applicable only to my CentOS node because I have it like used only yum package. Okay. Then ROLES roles Apache. Okay, let me save this. If I run this now, Ansible -playbook Apache role.yaml. So it's directly calling the index.html. Okay, I think I need to do it with became yes. Yes. Okay. So now everything is done. If I go ahead and browse my page, that the CentOS node, you can see that whatever content I have given in the index.html is getting reflected. Apache YAML. This is the command. So we have seen a quick example of how to create a role and how to assign the role to a particular node and how to run it. Clear, guys? It is very similar to what we have done previously, but this time I have created this as a role. Like I can start writing multiple things into it and I can maintain this role. Rather than maintaining individual playbooks, role is a better way of managing the similar task. So guys, I think with this we can conclude today. You can practice this. I will keep the missions up for at least next 30 minutes. Okay. Then if you have any issues on this, let's discuss this tomorrow. And tomorrow what we are going to do is we will straight away jump into the Ansible Tower installation. Okay. And then we will start working with the Ansible Tower for the next 2 days.
Sure. And Satish, this concept of roles looks to be a little important. Is that possible if you could do a recap tomorrow as well?
Yes, sure.
Yep. Thank you.
Do the recap. So yesterday we have talked about role, right? Like it was in a bit in a hurry. We are up to the end. Let me just reiterate what is there in the roles. Okay. So first, let me explain the roles directory structure. See, Ansible. So I have a role called Apache. Okay. So when I created this role, these directories are by default created, right? So the first is the defaults. Inside the defaults, you have a main.yaml. Okay. This is where you can store any role specific YAML variables. So we have seen variables in host file and playbook. You want a role specific variables, you can write it in the default main.yaml. Okay. So the next is called files directory. This is where I can use any static files which I want to copy to the target machine or the host machine. I can keep them under the files directory. Okay. And the next area is called handlers. This is where we used to see the handlers inside the playbook. So on a role, if you want to keep any handlers, you can keep them under the handlers folder. Okay, and then we have meta. This is where we are going to have information about the particular role, like who is the owner of it, what is the license for it, is there any dependent role for this, one role can be a dependent on another role. So those kind of information you can see under the meta main.yaml. Okay, and next is your task. This is where we will write our playbooks. Okay. So all the playbooks we will write under the task. And next is the template. Template is the area. If there are any dynamic templates or Ninja 2 templates which you want to keep for the role, you can keep under the templates directory. Okay. Next is the test file. Okay. This is where we are going to have our Ansible testing codes in this area. So these are the default Ansible testing. But we are going to see an example of a molecule testing. Molecule is a specific testing utility for testing Ansible playbook. So what it does is like it will bring up, you can just provide any connector saying it can be your Vagrant mission or a Docker mission. So this will bring up the mission and apply the playbook, and it will execute test on top of that and give the results to you. Okay. Next is called the vars. Okay. See, these are the privileged or escalated variables. Okay. If you want to increase the precedence of the variable value, you can use this vars. Okay. So let me show you the precedence of the playbook. This will help you to understand which variable get higher priority. So let me print this on the Slack. Okay. So if you see this, so this is the order, the variables inside that specific file will be hierarchy. Okay. The topmost priority goes to the extra vars. Imagine like yesterday we have seen an example of how to pass the variables at the runtime. That takes the topmost priority. Okay. Even if I just define some variables in the role default, and if I override the same with extra variables, this is going to take the topmost priority. Okay. So this is the difference. The role default variable takes the precedence number 2, but the role vars take the precedence at the 15. So if you write some variable equal to, let's say test is equal to ABCD in role, and in the role vars, okay, in the vars default, if you say that test is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be applied rather than ABCD. If you want to have some privileged or escalated variable assigning, you can use that vars directory.
Satish,
Yeah.
sharing your screen, the one you're talking about, I can see the command line.
Yeah, that's what. In the Slack, I have put the list. You can just see that.
Okay.
In the Slack, I have put the order. I was just talking about the order pasted in the Slack.
Okay.
Okay. Clear, guys, on the directory structure? Okay. Now, let me talk about the files which I created yesterday. First, let me talk about the task. So inside the task, I have created 4 different files. One will just install the package. Other will configure the Apache, and other will be the service. Okay, I have created 3 different playbooks. So one will install the package, one will configure the package, and other will start the service. And in the main.yaml, I have included those playbooks. So import task, install, configure, and service. Okay. So the next file I have written is cat files index.html. So I'm just creating index.html, and this is the file. I'm just copying it to the destination. Okay. Then I have the handler. Handler main.yaml. So this will have the handler. Okay. So these are all the files which I have created inside the roles. Okay. Next, to include this role for a particular host, I have created a separate playbook. Okay. Now the role is complete. So to include the role on a particular playbook, I was doing. Sorry. Okay. I have created a playbook called Apache.yaml. Apache role Apache role.yaml. In this, you have seen like for the host, and I want it to be became yes, and I have applied the Apache role. Instead of writing everything, I have included the Apache role. So after applying this playbook, Apache role, okay, I think I need to change the IP. Yesterday the IP was different. Apache role.yaml. So everything was already applied, so it was okay. So now if I try to browse the IP, I will get the output. See, whatever I have given in the index.html, that is getting displayed here. So this is the advantage and use of a role. So everyone please practice it and let me know. And I have shared all these files in the Slack. You can refer that there.
So, Satish, as of now, we didn't use the handler, correct?
Sorry?
So for this Apache role, YAML, like we haven't triggered the handler method, correct? It's all the tasks that has been got triggered when we run this.
Yeah, if I make changes to the index.html, then I will have the handler clear, because the handler is added only in the copy index.html.
Okay.
So let me make the changes to the index.html. vi/etc Ansible role Apache file index.html. I have made a spelling mistake there in the Ansible. Let me just correct it. Ansible. If I just apply this now, yeah, you see, now it is running the handler. Previously, it was not running the handler because there were no changes in the index.html.
Okay. Okay. So it will run on. Okay. That's why we use Notify.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Satish.
Okay.
All these files we created with extension .yml.
See, in Ansible, both YML and YAML are same, so you don't need to worry about it.
Satish?
Yeah.
Satish, so Ansible Galaxy would generally do like it will install a folder structure for roles. That's it, right?
Yes. It basically creates the folders, the Ansible role init. Okay, we still given the init command, right? So that will by default create you the role, the directory structure. Inside that, it all will be an empty file, default files.
Okay, so we use that for creating the folder structure required
Yes,
for
exactly.
Okay. Yeah, good. Thanks.
So Satish, as example, that if you go for any other item, so we need to first install the roles, right? Whatever we are doing for the other softwares.
Like you're talking about
Means,
public roles.
yeah, public role means take example of any kind of a software, right? Any API gateway. We want to just go for a deployment, so we need to first install the role for that one, right? Whatever the public role.
Yeah, if you want that role, the role has to be available on your local. Then only we should be able to apply that.
Okay, and inside everything, right? This default and there is a main.yaml file. So that name is fixed, or we can change that name as well.
The name is fixed. The main.yaml is fixed, so that is where it is going to tell what is the default file. So you cannot change the main.yaml name.
Okay.
And however, the role name we are given Apache, we can give any other name. No?
Yeah, you can give any name. So if it is an offline role, you can give any name. And also in the public role, normally it will be your username dot the role name.
Okay. So in the roles folder, like with the init command, we in the roles folder we have created an Apache. Like we had to create an Apache folder, no? Like directly we are given Ansible.
No, we are not created any folder. While just running the Ansible role init command, it automatically creates the Apache folder for you.
Okay, that will become a role.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Satish, this Apache role.yaml script that you put, where did you put it? Did you put it under templates?
Which file you are talking about?
The last one where you have the script to run for Apache.
Okay. That script, that is just a run book. I just put it on my home directory.
Okay, and then you specified the one Apache we created under the role. Okay, makes sense.
Yes, yes. Role. So normally the roles will be under etc Ansible roles. Okay, so I just need to give the role name. It directly goes to the etc Ansible roles directory. From there, it will pick it up.
Okay, so that's how you call it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And so this first command we execute, like Apache gas install. Some Apache minus -p etc Ansible roles. So that is to install something.
See, -p is for downloading the. So the first command I have given is like this will download the public role onto this directory. That we are not going to use. I just showed an example of how to install a public role on a particular directory.
Okay.
So if you see that in the Ansible Galaxy, I have given two commands. One is install. This will download the public role from the Galaxy and install it. Next one is the init.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So init is for creating the role locally.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Satish, so inside the task folder, so that task folder is inside the Apache folder. So you install you've created 4 YAML files in the task.
Yeah.
So when you call the role Apache in the running YAML file, so it runs all the 4 tasks together, right?
So it will just call the main.yaml. If you refer the main.yaml, in that I have called other 3 files.
Okay.
So etc Ansible roles task
Apache
task. Okay, if you see that there are 4 files, configure, install and main. Okay, so the role will call only the main.yaml So inside that main.yaml, I have called the other 3 YAMLs.
Okay.
Okay. Role by default will only call the main.yaml. That's why the main.yaml is critical.
Okay. So the main.yaml is by default, it's going to be there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So when we give roles equal to like -Apache, then it will call mail.yaml.
Yes.
And import task will call other files, install.yaml.
Yes. Using import task, you can call other files which is needed.
So just to manipulate how this Apache should work, you should edit your main.yaml, right?
Yes, exactly.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, and it's always a best habit to keep individual task in individual playbook so that the playbook will not grow big and it will be easy for you to manage.
Could you simplify that, what you said? I didn't understand.
Like for example, if you're writing a playbook which is going to do all the things in a single
Correct.
playbook, the playbook size is going to be increased, like 1,000 lines or like that.
Right.
Managing 1,000 lines, it's going to be big trouble for me. Okay. Instead of that, if I just logically group them, all the installation, I will do it using one playbook and I will import the task. There, the management is going to be easier. So the file will be smaller. So understanding the file and then modifying the file will be much more easier.
Just like breaking into different roles.
Yes. Okay. Not different roles, different playbooks inside the roles.
Okay. 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 Yeah. Okay. I get it. Okay.
See, I could have written all these things inside the main.yaml itself, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Instead of that, I'm writing it as separate component so that it will be easy for me to manage. So if I want to make some changes to only to the install step, I can just go to the install YAML and then make the changes.
Okay. So as per your requirement, whatever you need to run, you just make those changes in the YAML file and then you call it from the.
Yes.
Okay.
So it'll be easy to manage. That's it.
Okay. Yeah.
And we can't reuse the particular task in another role, right?
So you can reuse the task
in a different role.
Yeah, you can. That's called dependent roles. Roles can be dependent to each other.
Okay, just that we have to mention actual path in the import tasks.
Yes, you need to provide. Okay, for this role, I want to use this task. So you can call one role from another role. It is possible.
Okay, so that we can reuse that.
Yeah. And that is where this metadata is going to come helpful, right? So I talked about the meta. In the meta, there is a YAML, right? Apache meta main.yaml. So this is where you can put the dependencies. So let's say this role is dependent on some other roles. Okay, so you can put the dependencies here. And this file is going to have information about what is the author, description about the role. The company is optional, and you can just put your GitHub URL there, and what should be the license type you want to use, and what is the Ansible version this role can work on. Okay, and what are the platforms this role can support, like Fedora, CentOS, Ubuntu. And then this is where you can define the dependency. If the role is you calling other roles, then those will become the dependency roles. You can just put the role list there.
Okay, so Satish, what you're trying to say is, I mean, answering to that question. So this Apache here as a install.yaml file, right? And let's imagine there is another role that says HTTP, and that doesn't have this install.yaml, and you want this install.yaml to run with that role. Is that still possible? Is that what you're saying?
No. See, imagine it's something like you have one role to manage the yum repository manager. So in yum repository, you need to manage the yum repositories, right? Okay. Let's say here I'm calling a install.yaml, which is using yum. Okay. But to manage the yum, I need another role, right? Other than that, let me give you one more example. Imagine like you are using some Java-based application. Okay. So you are using a different role to install Java. okay, or to install some other particular libraries or something to that. Okay, so in that you can call the another role which will be installing the required library. Okay, so when this role is running, if I define that in the dependency, it will run that role which will install the library for you.
Okay.
Did I answer it correctly, or do you want me to explain it again once again?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is where dependency comes into picture.
So Satish, I have one doubt. So yesterday we talked about the tags, right?
Yeah.
We are putting a lot of tags. So can we use the tags here? Means in place of separating it out in different files?
Yes, you can use Galaxy tags. So this is where the Galaxy tags comes into picture. You can list down all the tags for the role. So on a role, I want to execute some specific tag, I can do that.
Okay, so in place of going with different files like handlers and files.
Yeah, instead of running the complete role, on the role you want to run a particular tag, you can just use that.
Yeah, so can you give some example of it?
Like let's say I want to use the Apache role. Okay, in the Apache role, I just wanted to use only install. I don't want to use the configure. Then I can create a tag called install. I will just call the install role. Sorry, install tag. In the Apache role, I can take only one particular task.
Okay.
So how do you define that? So you write the role name and then you give the tag.
Yeah, while writing the playbook, I will define the tag. Okay.
Okay.
So let me show you something in the Galaxy there. We can see what are the tags they have. Just a moment. Galaxy. Apache. Sorry. Let me take this Apache role and let me go to the GitHub repo of this particular thing. There in the meta, in the main.yaml, let's see whether they have any tags used. Yeah. See, they have this many tags used: Galaxy tag, web, Apache, web server, HTML, HTTPD, right? So these are all the tags. So let me show you in the task how they have defined it. So these are all the Galaxy tags, not the actual tag. Okay. So these are the Galaxy search tags. Sorry about it. That whatever you've given the meta is the Galaxy search tags, not the actual tag. Oh, sorry. This tag is only for the search, not for here. And in the role, if you want to specifically use a tag in role, just a moment. Yeah. So this is how you can create a tag. I'll just show you the example. Okay. This is how on a particular role you can apply only particular tags. So this tags you can just define in the roles, and you can just call only the specific tag on the role.
Here we didn't specify the role name, right? So how would it know which role these tags are in?
The role name is FOO.
Oh.
Tags is bar BAR and BAZ.
Oh, okay, so this is the syntax. Okay.
Yeah. So you are saying on this role apply only these two tags.
Okay. Can you just paste that to? We just take it as an example.
Yeah. Caller specific tag. Okay. For a role, you can also define pre-task and post-task also. So I will just give you this link. So this has a detailed documentation about this. You can just go through it.
So Satish, I have one more question. In that main.yaml file, right, inside the task, we imported the playbooks, whatever we needed, right?
Yes.
And let's say in that particular playbook, we put the tags there, right? Whatever we need, and we need to call that particular tag inside that one, in one of the playbook.
You can have the tags either in the main.yaml or any of the file, right?
Yeah.
So that tag I can call.
So how to invoke inside the playbook the tags?
Same example we have seen yesterday, right? Tags. How to define a tag for a particular task.
Not define. I mean, we need to call inside the playbook.
No, inside the playbook, that's where we are going to call. So let's say for the web server host, I want to call the role called FOO. In that, I want to call only specific tag.
Yeah.
So this is how you can call it. On the role, I have two different tags. I want to call only these two tags here.
And these two tags can be part of any YAML file that is inside the main file, right?
Yes, yes.
So it eventually searches hierarchy wise and picks it up and runs it.
Yes.
Okay.
If you have the import task should be there. Only thing is that has to be imported into the main.yaml.
Understood. Yeah.
Clear guys on the roles? So next, let me talk about Ansible Tower. Okay. So Ansible Tower is a UI based utility, because till now we are talking about everything as command line, right? This is going to be a big pain point for me to managing the all the playbooks. Okay, I cannot like I have to manually ping the restore the repository onto the target. Okay, on a source control management system, and I will not be able to schedule anything. Okay, if I want to schedule, I need to use a cron or something like that to do that. And if there is any notification I want to send, I will not be able to do that. And like if I want to control access to who can access what, okay, what kind of access, whether who can have the run access. Like if I have a team which is responsible for running the Ansible playbook, I have another team which is responsible just to troubleshoot it. Okay, I want to give only read-only access so that they can just see what happened for a particular run. So this kind of access control and all those things, it's going to be a problem for me, right? Like in the command line. But when you talk about enterprise level, you want to apply all these things. Okay, so that's why Ansible Tower, it comes into picture. Okay, so Ansible Tower is available in two different licenses. One is the enterprise license. Okay, so where you want to it is managed by Red Hat. You want to buy a subscription and use it. Okay. There is one more project. Recently, they have made it as an open source. That's called AWX project. Okay. But making the AWS work is a bit tricky. Okay. There will be lots of issues around that. But here in our lab perspective, we are going to use the AWX tower only. Previously, they used to give a trial license, 60-day trial license for everyone you access it. Nowadays, it's getting a longer time to give the demo licenses. So that's why we are going for the open source. Okay. So the only difference between this Ansible tower and the AWX tower is the stability. Okay. Ansible tower is a lot more stable, and this is not that much stable. Like making that work, it's going to be a tricky part for you. And next is on the licensing part. That's enterprise. This is the open source. So we are going to use AWX tower on our mission. Okay. Let's see how to install that. Okay, and then how to proceed using the AWX tower. Okay, if you talk about AWX tower, okay, these are all the core components in a tower. So the first thing is called your Nginx. So this is going to act as your web browser where you can see the console or the dashboard. And next comes your memcached. Memcached is your Redis kind of application where it can cache data between your database and the application. Okay, and you have they are using RabbitMQ for communicating between API and other stuffs. Okay, and they are using PostgreSQL as the database in the background. Okay, and adding to that, they may have some another services like scheduler. They will use a different service. Okay, there is a huge list of components used in AWX. Okay, let me just show you the Ansible component list. So this page is going to talk about what are all the Ansible components they use. They use Boto package, Django they use, okay, HTTPD lib they use. So all these products which are used on their respective license can be found here.
So these are all the ones that together combines as a tower UI?
Yes, these are all the components used inside tower. Hello. Yeah. So these are all the components, high-level components which are used inside the tower. Okay. So let's start using our tower. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is, okay, for the tower, I need a mission with 2 CPU and 4 GB RAM. Okay. Let's change our controller. Okay, to a 2 CPU and 4 GB RAM mission. So go to your AWS.
Satish, you said 4 GB RAM, right?
Sorry?
You said 4 GB RAM, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is 2 CPU and 4 GB RAM.
Okay.
Okay, everyone on your AWS.
Yeah.
So select your controller. In the top, you will see an action. Okay. You see that if you see the instance settings, you see the change instance type is grayed out. Okay. On a running instance, you will not be able to change the instance type. Okay. So for that, let me first stop the instance. Only the controller, I'm going to stop it. Let's wait until it is stopping. Okay, it is stopped. Now go to actions, instance setting, change instance type. You don't see this option? Change instance type.
We do.
Okay, click on that. In the drop down, select T2 medium. We know that T2 medium is 2 CPU and 4 GB RAM, but we just used it.
Okay.
Apply. And then action, instance state, start. Okay, so it has came into the running state. Let me get the IP and connect to the machine. It might have changed. Yeah, it got changed. Okay. So the tower installation has multiple way of installation. Okay. So one is like you are downloading all the component. So basically, if you see that there is a GitHub repository for the AWS tower. So from there you can get that. So GitHub AWX. So this is the AWX project. Okay. You can see about all the documents here. So if you click on the install guide, so these are all the multiple ways you can install it on a OpenShift. You can install it on a Kubernetes. You can installing the CLI, all those things. We are going to use the Docker Compose method. Okay. So Docker actually provides a compose component where you can bring in multiple Docker containers at the same time. So we are going to use the Docker Compose method. Okay, you can also clone the repo and build it, but that's going to be a bit more complex. So I'm just going with the Docker Compose method. Comparatively, it is a lot easier compared to other way of installations. Okay, so let me see. Okay, the controller is up. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to check with you guys. Okay, so this is the same batch who will be coming for next Kubernetes training, right? Or is there any change?
It's gonna be the same, I guess. The same invite is running.
Okay, so I just need to ask you guys. I actually wanted a break on Friday. Instead of starting on Friday, can we start the training on Monday to Friday? In that we can just manage this 4 hours, like adding 1 hour a day. Is that feasible for you guys?
Satish, like at least like I'm not sure, like because like already we're spending like 4 hours, like, and we have other meetings and other work as well. So yeah, can we discuss this offline probably and then make a plan? But yeah, like anyone else could say like if they are comfortable or not.
Yeah, I agree with that because we are already running short on our productive hours, so we have other things to do as well. But yeah, you can speak with the management to see what
Yeah,
flexibility
I just
suits
checked
us.
with Kiran. Okay, he just asked me to discuss with you. That's why I'm asking with you guys.
And it should be okay with me. I mean, my perspective, I can probably stretch an hour. Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
otherwise, like we
and
just
if
keep
we
it.
probably need like we could start at 9, like if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, that's okay for me. Like we can start at like instead of 9, we can start at like 9:15. Okay, so that we can just cover it with like 9:15 to 12. I think 9:15 to 2. If everyone okay is for that.
Yeah, 9:15 is okay with me. Yeah,
Okay, thanks, guys.
no problem.
Yeah, if anyone else is having any concern, guys, please say. Like I would say,
Yeah.
just not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
fine for me.
can we do it like now this Friday, maybe next Monday? Like we start with Monday and then we'll end it Monday if that works.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like instead of
Yeah.
starting on Friday, I want it to be started on Monday to Friday. Like we'll run it for 5 days. Like morning, we'll start at 9:50.
No, so yeah, maybe like so we will start with Monday and then end it next Monday. Like then 4 hours. Will that work?
The problem is they have other batches starting next Monday. That is the reason.
Can we move that
Saturday,
Friday session
guys?
to Saturday? Yeah, Saturday.
If you guys okay for Saturday, I'm in.
Yeah, that should be okay. I mean, okay
Yeah,
with
I
me
guess,
because just the 4 hours of
yeah, I guess that would be convenient considering.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
everyone is
already.
okay for Saturday, I'm open for Saturday. Like I can come.
Yeah,
Because
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Me
I
too.
think let's do the Monday.
Let's do it on weekends. Doing 5 hours a day, I think it would be very tough.
Yeah, 5 hours a day is like
okay, sure. So let's just do it like instead of starting on Friday, we'll start it from Monday and end it on Saturday.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's come back to the tower. So to have the tower installed, okay, I told that like we are going to use the Docker Compose and all those stuffs, right? So for that, I need to have a couple of packages installed on the machine before starting with the Docker Compose up. Okay, so what are the components I'm going to install is called, okay, I'm going to install Docker, okay, and I'm going to install some of the GCC components. That means like it needs some of the developer tools, okay, and I need to have the Python pip. Python pip is already installed on the machine. While we are installing the py-winrm, we have installed the Python pip, okay. So other than that, we want to have the Docker Compose installed, and in the Python we need to install the using Python package manager, we need to install the Docker Compose. Let's do them one by one. Okay. So I'm just going to give it as an instruction that imagine that it's bare machine. On top of that, you are going to install some of the components we are installed in the past also. But the instruction I'm going to give is going to be like, imagine you are bringing up a bare machine. On top of that, you are going to install the tower. So this instruction is going to work. Okay. I don't want to skip some of them which we already did, so that you can just see the complete installation instruction in a single page. Okay. So the first and foremost thing I'm going to use it, I'm going to install the EPEL release. You know that we already installed it, but I'm just going to run it so that you can just see it as a command here. EPL release is already done. Next, I'm going to install development tools. So basically, this will be using some of the C compilers and stuffs. Okay, so we want the GCC to be installed and all those stuffs. So I'm just going to install some of the development tools. So the command for this yum group install development tools. Let me give that command. So let it run. Okay, so the development tools installation is completed. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to install Python pip and some other components like JQ and all those stuffs. So JQ is a JSON parser. So like that, I'm going to install some additional tools. So some of them we are already installed, but we are going to install some of the other components like dev mapper and all those stuffs. So after that, let me just run a yum update. Ideally, there has been nothing will be for update, or still we have some packages for update. Okay. So guys, let me know once you have executed till yum update, then we will proceed with the next step.
Yeah, that's done.
Yes.
Okay, great. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to install a Docker repository and I'm going to install the Docker, because I told you we are going to use the Docker compose method. So I'm just going to add a Docker repository using this command. So this command will install the Docker community edition repository, and then I'm going to install Docker community edition yum install docker-cu. Okay, so Docker is installed. Then I'm going to start the Docker service and enable the Docker service on the startup. That's the command. Guys, let me know when once it's completed, then we'll move on to the next. We are going to install the Docker compose.
Just give me 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. Done, guys?
It's taking time for Docker installation.
Okay.
Yeah, done, Satish.
So next is I'm going to install my Docker Compose. So first of all, let me get the latest version number of the Docker using this command. Then let me run the command to download the Docker Compose. This will download the Docker Compose to this directory, user local bin Docker Compose. Okay, so let me give these commands to you guys. Done, guys?
It's giving JP bash not found.
Which one?
The first latest version command.
Huh?
JQ not found. It's saying.
Have you installed the EPL release? Then it should be there. Can you share me your screen, please? I think your JQ command installation is not done. Please ensure that JQ is installed. Go to the Slack.
Okay.
Yeah, run that step. JQ is a JSON query. Yeah, I think JQ is not yet installed. And now run the command again. Yeah, now you will be able to.
Okay. Thank you.
Then guys, everyone installed the Docker Compose?
Yeah.
Yes, Satish.
So the next step is I'm going to provide a execute permission to the Docker Compose which is downloaded. So this is the command I'm going to use. Next, I'm going to install the Python development toolkit, Python devel. Then guys, everyone completed till Python devel.
Yes, Satish.
Yes, Satish.
Now let me install Python install upgrade pip. We actually have the upgraded pip till now. So this command is not going to make any difference. And next is we are going to install pip install Ansible. Okay. Okay, we are getting some error on wheel. We will just do the pip install wheel also. And pip install Ansible. It's already installed. So the two commands I have issued are pip installed. Sorry, let me run the pip install wheel first. And then run the pip install Ansible. Next is I'm going to run the pip install Docker compose. Using the ignore installed command. So this will install the Python library for the Docker compose. Done guys, everyone?
Yeah, Satish.
Okay. So next, I'm going to ensure I'm in the root directory of the root user, that is home directory of the root user. So give cd tilde. Next, I'm going to download the AWX tower jar. So this is the command. So the latest version available in AWX tower is 11.2.0. Okay, but there is a problem with 11.2.0. It works only with Python 3. Okay, so we are just sticking with a bit older version, that is 11.0.0. So I'm just going to download the 11.0.0. And that is not very old, like it is just released like 2 weeks before. Like within 2 weeks they have like 11.2.0. Okay, next let me untar this file. This is a tar file. Let me untar it. Using the command. Now let me remove the tar file. This will delete the tar file which is downloaded. Now let's go into the, it might have created a folder called AWX 11.0.0. Let me go inside the directory. Next, I'm going to issue a sed command, which is going to find a line called Docker Hub base is equal to Ansible. It's just basically commenting the Docker Hub base. So in this file, install in the installer inventory file, I'm just going to comment the Docker Hub base is equal to Ansible. Let me just give this command. This is a sed command which will comment the Docker Hub base equal to Ansible.
And why is this such, Satish?
So basically, it will trying to this Docker Compose is trying to go to a particular Docker Hub base, and from there it is going to do that. I don't want it to take it from the Ansible base. I want to take it from the publicly available base.
Okay.
Okay. Next, I am going to create a directory for my SQL data to be stored. I stored that there is a Postgres SQL will be used as a database, right? So in the machine, I'm going to create a directory where in that the application will store the SQL data. So this is the directory I'm going to create. All the Postgres SQL data will be stored inside this directory. OPT AWS P SQL-data. Next, I'm going to update this directory in the installer file. So I'm just going to use a sed command for that. So Postgres data directory, I'm just going to replace it with the directory which I created now. Done, guys, till now?
Yeah, Satish.
Okay. Next, I'm going to create a SSL certificate for this tower. So for that, let me create a directory called etc AWX SSL. Next, I'm going to use the OpenSSL command and create a CRT file. So this will create a public key and private key file. So I need to combine these two certificates and I should form a bundle certificate file. So this is what I'm going to do next. So I'm just combining both my key file and CRT file as a bundle. So writing content of both the files to a single file. Yeah. Next, in my installer file, I need to provide this key file. So I'm going to run a sed command for that. This will update my SSL certificate location on my installer file. Done, guys, till now? So we have till now we have created the key pair and updated the key pair location to the installer file. Done, guys?
Please just make directory. From there you can give the commands in Slack. AWS SSL.
Which make directly AWS SSL?
Yeah, need that command.
After that, I have put it on the slide. You got it? You got it? Want me to show that? So this is the SSL directory I'm making.
Okay, I got it.
And after that, open SSL, then combining these two files as a CRT file bundle certificate, and updated that on my installer using set command.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. Yeah, done, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So the next step I'm going to do is, okay, the logo for the AWS server and the open source, it's like kind of angry tomato. Okay, so it's an angry tomato or potato, somewhere it is. It is does not looks good. So let me just download the official AWS logo and use it here. So let me go back to my home directory using cd tilde command. And let me download the AWS logo. So this is the command to download the AWS logo. Then let me untar the file. So this will be created into a directory called AWS logo master. Let me move it to the AWS logos. So I'm just moving the content. Then I'm removing the tar file. Okay. So this will download the official AWS logos, because in the open source project the logo is looking very bad. It's just a cosmetic, nothing else. Okay, done, guys.
Yeah, Satish.
Okay, now let me go back to the AWS 11 folder. Okay, there I'm going to enable the AWS official logo using the set command. Okay, so this will make the AWS official is equal to true. And next is, we are going to set up the AWS admin user and set a password for that. So in the installer inventory file, so next I'm just going to set up the AWS admin user is equal to AWS underscore admin, and the password what I'm looking for is change me in all caps. So this will, before installation, in the configuration file, I'm just saying the administrator username should be aws-admin and the password should be change_me. Done guys till now?
Yes, Satish.
Okay. So now let me go inside the installer. Okay. CD installer, and then let me run there is a playbook created for the installation. Let me run the playbook. So this is going to do all the steps. It's going to take the Docker image, build it, and then host it using the Docker compose command. All those things it is going to do it for you. So it's going to take some time. Okay, it's not going to be immediate. It will take another 5 to 6 minutes. So let's wait for this to complete.
What was that playbook name, Satish?
Install.yaml.
It just gives me an error when I run that.
That is inventory, I guess, Satish, what you have given the comment.
Is this running for you all?
No, I do get some exception.
Okay.
I do.
Sorry guys, anyone got any exception?
No, sir. Can you give that a particular file name? Because what is that one? Ansible playbook.
Ansible playbook -i inventory install.yaml. Oh, sorry, I didn't give you that. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So this is the command. So it's going to take a longer time because it needs to build the Docker image for your Redis, RabbitMQ, Postgres, all those things it's going to.
Okay, it's running now.
So it's the default playbook, Satish.
We have downloaded the GitHub, right? You remember?
Yeah.
So that is having this playbook.
Got it. So it's part of that GitHub.
Yeah, part of the Git code which we downloaded, the AWX 11.01 folder. It's part of that.
Got it, Satish. Thanks.
Satish, you there? Guys, did it complete it for anyone?
No, Sunny.
It did for me.
Yeah, for me as well. Probably like it just gets stuck at this, what is appearing in
Web image.
Just hit space on that and probably it should be done.
Oh. I didn't do anything for me. It just went through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, I'm back. So for me, I got a connectivity error. Okay, during that, so I have ran the command again. So now it is proceeding. So if you see that it is creating the web Docker file and syslog supervisor, and I think now it is creating the base web image. So everyone, did you got any error or it is still proceeding, guys?
It's done for not any
Done for me.
Oh, it's completed, huh? So it's completed without any error, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I think my instance had some connectivity issue, so it stopped in the middle. So for the people who it is done, okay. So the AWX tower will be listening on port 443. Okay. So in the Amazon, let's open port 443 for the controller, because you know that in the controller we have opened only port 22. Let's open 443 and try to access the page, okay, using the public IP. So go to your AWS console and select your controller. In that, select your security group, right click, open in a new tab. There, in the inbound rule, let's add rules for both HTTP and HTTPS. HTTP and HTTPS, and this is for anywhere. So let's add this, then click on save rules. Once that is done, if you try to, once the installation is done, if you try to access the public IP, you will be getting the AWX tower login page. So for me, it is still not reachable because the installation is still running. So whoever is completed, you will get a login page.
After inbound adding, you need to restart the instance? No need.
Sorry?
After adding the inbound, need to restart the instance?
No need.
Okay.
Just take the public IP of the instance and put it on browser. You will get some certificate warning because we are using some self-signed certificate. If you click on proceed, it will take you. If you can just show your screen, I will just show it. Share your screen, I will just show it to others also. So inbound rule, have you added rule for both HTTP and HTTPS? Yes. Now take the public IP of your controller and put it on the browser. Open a new tab. Just click on advanced and scroll down. You will get an option to proceed. Proceed to yes.
Yes, Satish. Yeah, it loads.
Yeah. So there may be for some users, it will be still in the update state or some, yeah, you're getting the username. So you remember we set up a admin user and password, right?
Right.
So if you go to the Slack, just provide that admin_AWX is there, not admin in the Slack that is there. The last set command we had that.
Yeah, AWS-admin.
Yes, AWX-admin is the user.
The password.
And the password is change_me all in caps.
Perfect. Yeah.
Password is change_me all in caps. You will see the dashboard. This dashboard will have some demo instance. We'll go through that once the installation is completed.
Okay. Yes. So all this dashboard altogether is called as Docker, is it?
No. This AWX Tower is running inside the Docker.
Oh, okay.
So AWX Tower is a product that is running inside a Docker.
Okay.
Satish, could you explain once again what are the things that we need to add? So.
Yeah. So in the AWS, in the security group, you need to add port 80 and 443. Like if you can share your screen, I will just show you. Till the time my machine, it is still running. Yeah, mine is also, it's completed. Okay, let me show it on my screen itself. Okay, so in the instances page, select your controller instance and then select your security group. Right click. Okay, so basically right click, open in a new tab. Click on the inbound rule and edit inbound rule. There you just add HTTP and HTTPS. Click on add rule. In the drop down, select HTTP and the source should be anywhere. Like that, you need to add one more rule for HTTPS and the source should be anywhere and hit save rule. So once you're done with that, open another tab in the browser. Okay, get the public IP of the machine and try to browse this. So you'll get a page like not secure, your connection is not private. Click on advanced and click on proceed.
Satish, I don't see option to proceed. Anything missing over here?
Yeah,
Click on advanced.
actually in Mac, like it's not showing. So just
You're
open
using
it.
Safari or Chrome?
Yeah, use
Yeah,
Safari.
Chrome.
Safari, it's able to open.
Oh,
Chrome is not showing that proceed option.
okay. Thanks.
So in this username, the username is AWX-admin. Okay, and the password is change me. Sign in. Guys, let me know once everyone is logged into the tower.
I'm in, Satish.
Okay.
Satish, I'm facing an issue, like I'm getting an error.
Can you just share me your screen, please?
Yeah.
Cannot access no such directory. Can you run
Actually, network issue was there, so I just ran it again.
Can you scroll up? Can you just run the command df-h?
Srilekha, you seem to be connected to VPN. That may cause a problem.
No. Because this is server to server, right? The server connection will not interact with VPN. Can you scroll up? In which step are we getting this? So it looks like you don't have a disk space. Give a df-h.
Okay.
Oh, no space left on device. Did you change the instance type or something like? Is it related to that? I see no space left on device error somewhere.
Yeah. So Srilekha, can you just issue the command df-h on the server? Df space -h. Enter. Hit enter. Oh, it's 97% used. So,
I see this is CentOS. Is this controller, Srilekha? Just to confirm.
Yeah. This is a controller.
Okay.
Even the 2 CPU and 4 GB is not done.
No, I think it was using almost 8 GB. For me, it is using only 22%.
For me also it is using 90%.
See, for me, it is using only 22%. Oh, sorry. This is controller. I need to do it.
Yeah, Satish, I'm also utilizing about 90% of it. Controller.
For me, it's 90%. I think for you, it's taking. Do one thing. Issue the command Docker images. DOCKER images. Yeah. Okay. Issue the command Docker RMI. Docker space RMI. Just RMI.
Okay.
It's a single thing. No space. Space. Just give the first two things right. Like 7BB image ID. Just copy paste them. And also the next one, 966 space 966. Space.
Yeah,
There is the next image ID, right?
Would also
Starting
work.
with 966.
Just 966 would also work.
Right.
Docker, run the command Docker images. Docker images.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now do a df-h. You should see a better space. Okay. Now run the command. Let's see. Okay. Let it run. In the meantime, let me just walk you through
Yeah.
the
Yeah. Okay.
console.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the AWS Tower dashboard. Okay. So the first whatever we are seeing is a dashboard, which is going to talk about what is the job run status for past 1 month. Okay. And it is going to talk about how many templates, hosts are there, how many inventories are there. Okay. Projects and syncs are there. Okay. So this is the default dashboard, which you see. And next area is about jobs. Okay. So every playbook can be configured as a job. This is where you can see the list of job execution history. Till now, we don't see any jobs got executed on this tower. So this place is empty. Okay. Next is schedule. So these are all the scheduled jobs. So if I have any scheduled jobs, I can see when it is going to run, what is the type of job and all those stuffs. By default, you can see about there are some administration or management jobs which is running. So it will just clean up some expired tokens, clean up some job schedule, activity schedule. So these are management jobs which we are not going to worry about much. Okay. And next is my view. This is where you can just create your own views. Okay. If you want to say, I want to see jobs for this list of the job templates available, list of the jobs. So these kind of templates, you can just see it here. So this is like a specific view for you. Okay. So the next area is called template. Okay. Template is what we are going to configure to run a job. So for example, you are having a job where you want to show this is the playbook I want to use it, right? So that is the area. You can just see all the playbooks which are getting stored, and you will get an option. We'll go in detail about a template while creating a template. Okay, so there is a demo job template. I'll just show that for you. So the template will have, okay, which will talk about what is the name of the template, okay, and inventory, okay. So job type, it can just be a job type to run and check. Run will execute, check will just check for any syntax check for the particular job. Imagine you are writing a playbook, you want to do a syntax check, you can just do it, okay. If you want any information about a particular field, you can click on the question mark icon in that, which is going to tell you a small write-up about that. So if you see that for this example, for job template, to run a playbook, you should use run. And if you want to check only syntax, you can just do the check. So this will just report any problems without executing the playbook. Okay. And next is called inventory. Okay. So this is where we are going to say, what is my inventory to use? That is nothing but a host file. Okay. What should be my inventory, which will provide what are the list of missions I want to run this particular template. You can provide the inventory. We'll go in detail about the inventory. And next is under which project this playbook should be executed. So in Ansible Tower, everything is considered as a project. Inside that, you will have a playbook. A project can be linked into a GitHub, any source control repository. From there, it can pull the playbook for you. And next is inside the project, which playbook you want this project to run, right? So this is the hello world one. This is a default one. We are going to create our own project, and we will put all our, till now we have run multiple this thing, right? Playbooks. We'll put everything under a GitHub repository. From there, let's see how it happens. Okay. This is where you can select which playbook to run. Okay. And next is for this inventory, I need to provide the credentials, right? What is the credential I should use? So this is having a demo credential. Okay. And next is forks. Forks we talked about. This is how which talks about the parallelism, right? So we can just say what should be the default fork. So if I just give it as 1, it will use only one parallel thread. Okay. Default is 5. Okay. If I want to change the fork, I can change it. And next is your limits. So in the Ansible command line, we have talked about limit host, right? So it can be running for multiple things, but I want it to be limited to a particular host. You can use the limit option. Okay. Next is verbosity. You remember we used the option -vvv to provide the debug logs. So this is how you can select the verbosity. So it should be 1, 2, or 3, or 4. I think it goes till 4 or 5. Okay. This is on the output verbosity. Next is tags. On a particular playbook, I want to run only particular tag. I can just select this tag. Okay. Or if I want to skip a tag, I can use the skip tag function. Okay. Next is called optional labels. Okay. And this can be used to filter some of the insight parameters. Okay. Next is instance group. In the job template, if you want to create an instance group and run it, you can just select that. Okay. Next is job slicing. Okay. So this is called divide the work done by the job template into specific number of job slices. Okay. And next is timeout. You can just define a timeout for your playbook. Say if the playbook doesn't complete it within 10 minutes, I want this playbook to be considered as a failure, then you can specify that. Okay. And next is if you want to enable webhook, you can just enable that. Okay. When a particular check commit happened for a repository. Okay, I want this job to be template to be triggered. I can just use that, right? So these kind of webhooks we can just create. So whenever I make a commit to the particular repository, this job will be triggered. So this is how we can enable the continuous integration, right? You are maintaining the Ansible playbook on a source control management system. And when you do a commit to a source control management system, I want the job to be started, you can use the webhook. Okay. And if you want to enable a concurrent job, so normally if one job is running, the other job will not be able to run. It will wait for that to be complete. So if you want a template to be running simultaneously, you can select the concurrent jobs. Okay. Next is fact cache. Okay. So it will basically cache facts if available, okay, and store the facts into the cache. Okay. And privilege escalation, like if enable run the playbook as a, so if you don't have the became yes inside the playbook, you can just enable this here. Okay. Then provisioning callback, so this will be enabled so this will create a URL. Okay. So which basically allows the host to come back to AWS and look out for a configuration. So this will enable a push pull method on the AWS tower. Okay. And if I want to put some extra variables, you see that we have given -- extra vars. You can just see that here. So these are all the informations you provide inside the template. Okay. And this is something similar to what are all the options we used to provide while running a playbook. Clear guys on this options?
So Satish, I have a question regarding the labels and job slicing. Can you just explain one more time?
Okay, labels is something like, okay, imagine you have a common inventory. In that you can create multiple labels, okay, where you can filter. Okay, let's say I have a application called HR application. In that I have a single group called HR application. Inside that I have a separate label called dev, which will contain only dev servers, and separate a label called UAT, which will have only UAT servers. In that case, I can use this label inside the host group called HR. I can select a particular group called dev. It will apply only on the dev service.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the other thing you asked? Labels and
job slicing.
Okay. Job slicing is like you can divide the work done by the job template into specific number of job slice. Okay. So each running the same task against a portion of the inventory. So you can divide the complete job into 4 or 5 different slices. Okay. To give you a full example, just a moment. Okay, I will just show you a diagram. Okay. Job slice. So it will divide the job into multiple components, right? So if you see that, so a same job has been divided into 3 different slices, okay, and it is executed. When jobs are sliced, they can run on any tower node, and same may not be run at the same time. So basically, imagine like you have a this is mostly works in a multi-tower concept. Okay, like a single tower, you cannot add multiple jobs, right? You may end up in capacity issue or something like that. Imagine that you have multiple tower configured in a high availability scenario. Okay, in that case, you can have one set of slices of job is running from one tower node, another is running from another tower node. So this helps you to increase the performance of a job. Okay.
Okay. So it means all are independent, right? They are not waiting for.
So the single job is divided into multiple slices and executed from different towers.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So this is on the template. So which is simple, similar to whatever you provide while executing a job. Okay. Next is called permission. So permission is like which user can do what on this particular item. So for example, okay, there is no team or anything. We will talk about that in the users and teams when we go into that. So you can just define what kind of access a team member can have on this particular job or particular template. Next is notification. For this template, what kind of notification I want to know, because I cannot be logged into the tower every time and then monitor that, right? So tower provides n number of notification options. We'll go in detail when we go into notification. Like after the job is completed, I want an email notification or a Slack channel to be notified. Okay. Or I want a hip chat. So there are lots of integration with that. Okay. So you can just specify what should be the notification for this template. Okay. And next is completed jobs. So basically this list the history of the job execution. And next is called schedule. There you can define a schedule for the template. So let's say I want this job to run every day at 10 o'clock. So I can create a schedule. Yeah, I can just give a schedule name. So run daily kind of. Okay, I want the start date is today. Okay, and I wanted to run it at it's a 24-hour format. So I wanted to run it at like 10 a.m. Okay, and I wanted to run every day. Okay, and I wanted to run end is like it never ends, so it is going to run every day. Like this, if I wanted to run every week, let's say I wanted to run every Monday, I can just do that. So like this, you can just define multiple schedules. You can just save that. So this is the use of a schedule. Okay, clear guys on the template? So this is where you create where the job should be executed. Okay. Next area we are going to see about is called credentials. Okay. So we have seen two kind of credentials in our lab, right? Previous lab. One is our key-based authentication, where you want to, like we have set up, created a key pair and store the authorized key on that. On a Windows machine, we have created what is that? Password-based authentication. So like that, you can create n number of credentials. Okay. So these are all the parameters on this. Okay. So name of the credential, what should be the description, and which organization it present, and what is the credentials type. There are multiple credentials types available. Like let's say I can provide it as Amazon Web Service. Then that means it will use a key and a access key and secret key. Okay. So like that, if it is a GitHub personal token, so you can find n number of options. Azure Key Vault, network, Kubernetes API, so Red Hat Satellite Server, OpenStack. So you can see n number of options, right? So mostly we'll be using mission. Mission will have both types, username and password, and the key also. Okay, so this is the credentials type. Then I can provide my username. If I have a password, I can provide the password here. And in the SSH key, if I have a key-based authentication, I can put the private key here. Okay, and if my private key is having some passphrase, I can use that. And privilege escalation method, it can be sudo. Okay, or is there any other method I want to use it as? I can select that. And what should be the username? It should be escalated to. So sudo, it should be running as a root user, or if I want to run it as a different sudo user, I can just do that. And if I have a sudo password set, I can just provide the password here. So this is how you can provide a credentials. And next area is called permission. So who can do what on this credentials? So these are all the options you can see under credentials. So templates and credentials. Clear, guys? Any questions on the templates and credentials? Guys, are you able to hear me?
Yeah. So yeah, it's
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next area I'm going to talk about is the project. Okay. So I told that like whenever I want to create a project, I need to tie that project to a repository so that I will store all my playbooks there. Okay. And that will pull that playbooks and I can use it inside the template. Okay. So for that, I can create a project. So this is a sample demo project which is created. Okay. In that you can see under which organization it is present, what should be the Git type. Okay. It can be a Mercurial, Subversion, or Git. So most of the recent time everyone is using Git, like even Microsoft VSTS is also providing a Git wrapper. So mostly we'll be using that. Then I will provide the source control management URL. Okay. And I want to select which branch I want to pull it. Okay. And if I want to create a credentials. Okay. So in the GitHub, there are multiple ways of you can provide the credentials. One is the username password, or it can be authentication token, or it can be a certificate based authentication. We can just do this way. Okay. Next is, so whenever I want to do any Git pull, it will remove any local modification prior to performing the update. Okay. Delete on update. This will be delete the local repositories before doing a Git pull. So it is like, I don't want any old files to cause any issue. I want to do the complete cleanup and do a fresh Git pull. I can use that. And then update revision on the latch. Each time the job runs using this project, update the revision of the project prior to starting the job. Okay. And if you want to allow any branch override, you can just use that. And this is the timeout. Okay. This is the ref spec. Okay. In the GitHub repository, if you want to pull a particular this thing, you can just use it. Okay. So this is how you can create a project. So this is the area where you can provide which user have access to this project, what kind of access a user can do it. Next is notification, like project level notification also you can enable this here. Okay. And then job template. So this is going to talk about what are all the templates available for this project. And next is the schedule. So if I have, let's say I have 4 templates available on the server for this job, right? So I can run all the 4 templates on a regular basis. That is where schedule is going to help in the project level. Okay. Next is called the inventory. This is where we are going to map, okay, what are all the host group. Okay, till now we are maintaining the host in the host file, right? In Ansible Tower, we will just maintain them in the inventories. Okay, you can see the inventory name. Okay, if you want any host level parameters, variables, you can just give it there. Okay, then you can just check the permission, and this is the host group area. So I can create a group, host group. I can just provide it here. And next is the host. This is where you are going to add a particular host to the inventory group. Okay. Next is the sources. So you can provide a choose a source, like you can select Amazon EC2. Okay. And you can provide the Amazon credentials. Like it is kind of a dynamic inventory. Right? You can select the region and you can just put a filter for the Amazon thing. Okay. And this will going to fetch the latest Amazon thing. You don't need to write any separate Python script or anything. You remember we have written a dynamic inventory, right? You really don't need that. Okay. You can just add the Amazon EC2 credentials, then it will automatically go and pull the list of things. So like that, they have it for GCP, Azure, Red Hat Satellite, OpenStack. So custom script also you can call. So you can just create the custom script inventory. So we'll inventory scripts, you can store it in a different location. Okay. So for AWS, you don't need to create a separate one. You just reuse just providing the username and password, you will be able to pull that for you. Okay. This is on the inventories, sources, and you can just see what are all the jobs completed for this complete inventory. Okay. Next area is called the inventory script. So in the inventory sources, we have some custom scripts, right? This is where you define the custom script and you can call it from the inventory source. So clear, guys, on these areas? So we have talked about templates, credentials, projects, inventories, and inventory sources.
Satish,
yeah.
Can you just explain inventory source once again?
Yeah. So in the inventories, so where we have something like a source. So the source can be anything. Okay. So you can also maintain the host in this where you have to manually go and add the list, right? So in the host, you have to manually manage that. Imagine that I want to use the dynamic inventory here. Okay. So I can add a source saying that I want the source type to be Amazon EC2. There I can select the credentials for AWS. Okay. And I can filter on this region and I can put an instance filter. Like in the dynamic inventory, we have used an instance filter. You remember name _ tag, something like that. That filter I can apply. Okay. And it is going to give me the list of instances on the AWS account on this particular region matching this filter.
Okay, got it. So we need not specify every time in the host section. So just
yes.
Specify the source directly.
Specify the, like in the AWS, you need to match all these instances starting with this name. So it is going to get the real-time update. It's the dynamic inventory.
Yeah, got it, Satish. Thank you.
Okay. This is on the inventory scripts. Okay. Next is organization. Okay. Okay. Before going to that, any other doubts on these areas in the resources? templates, credentials, projects, inventories, and inventory scripts. Okay, great. So next is called organization. Okay, so imagine you have a single AWS tower in an organization. Okay, and you have multiple teams using the AWS tower. Okay, like let's say you have a HR team. Okay, and you have a finance team. So the HR team should not be able to come and access my finance related stuffs, right? In that case, you can create different organizations, and one user under one organization will not be able to access the resources of the other organization. So if you want to have multiple teams configured on the AWS server, you can use this organization structure. So by default, there will be a default organization. You can create multiple organizations there, okay, and then you can use it. Is it clear on the organization?
Yes, Satish.
Yeah. So it is like top level hierarchy area where you define the multiple organizations. Okay. So you can edit the organization. Okay. You can see the list of users in the organization. Currently, I don't have any users. I have only one AWS user. We'll see about how to add users and stuffs. Okay. Next, I can talk about permission. Who can manage this organization? Okay. And organization level notification also I can create it here. Okay. This is on the organization. Next is users. So I can add a user. So this is how you can add a user. Okay. There are different types of users. One is called a normal user. Okay. And another one is called a system auditor. And another one is the system administrator. Okay. So the system administrator is the person who have access to everything. Like he is the admin access. System auditor, this is the guy who can basically come and read things. He cannot modify anything. Next is called as the normal user. There you can control the permission on this. Okay, you can provide a user first name, last name, what is the email address of it, and if you want to show the password, you can just show it. So you can just update the password here. If you want to update a password for a user, you can just change it here. Okay. Next is under which organization. So system administrator have access to all the organization, and next teams. So he has access to all the teams. Permission, what is the permission? And if you're going to use API, because AWS Tower also provides the API. If you want to create a specific token for the user, you can just create a token here. Okay. And next is called teams. Okay. There were no teams created. It is like you can create a team and then you can provide a access control for this user. So let me just create a team called admins. Okay, let me save this and I can just modify the admin team. Sometime. Users, teams, admin. Yeah. So I can see what are the users part of this admin team, and I can see the permission. No permission has been granted. I can add a permission. So say that I want him to have access to this job template. I can do that. Or I want him to have access to this demo project. I can just do that. So like this, I can just provide different access to this particular team. Okay. And they can have it. Okay. We'll see a detailed example. So this is on the access control part, where you can create organization, teams. Teams are nothing but group, and then individual users. Okay. Clear, guys, on this resources and the access part? Okay, just 2 minutes. I'll be back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about it. Okay. So till now, we have talked about different organizations, users, and teams. Okay. Next is credentials type. Okay. So imagine in the in the credentials, there are predefined credential types available, right? If you want to write a custom credentials type, you can just do this in this way, right? So basically in the credentials, we have seen like AWS, GitHub, GCP. So you want to create your own credentials type, you can use it there, okay, using JSON format. Next is the notification. So whenever you want to create a notification configuration, you will use there. So let me just show you what are the options available. So it can be an email notification. That means whenever a job completed or a project got executed, you want an email to be sent, you can create a email notification. There you can provide the username and password for the mail server and the mail server IP, and what is the recipient list, and what should be the sender email address, and what is the port number. Normally it will be SMTP port number 25, and you can just select whether it should use TLS or SSL configuration. So this is how you can select a email configuration, so that the template or the project will use to send the notification to the end user. Like that, there are multiple things available. So it can be you can just push the data to Grafana, HipChat, so PagerDuty, or it can be like you can put it to the Rocket Chat or Slack. Okay, you can create a Slack, send the details to a Slack channel. All those things you can just do it here. Okay, we'll see that detailed example tomorrow. Next is management jobs. Okay, while in the job section we have seen a couple of management jobs, right? So if you want to see details about that, or if you want to run them, you can just see that here. It is the schedule management. Okay, so this will call some custom scripts. Okay, you can see the schedule. If you want to modify the schedule, you can just do that. Okay. If you want to configure notification for this management jobs, you can just do it there. Next is instance group. Okay, this is where you are going to see about multiple towers. Okay, imagine that for better performance or high execution capacity, you have that multiple tower installed. So you can create multiple tower groups and then create a group. Okay, there you can just add multiple towers to that. Okay, you can just create one more tower instance. Imagine if you have it, you can just add it to this here and then use it. So it's kind of a load balancing on your AWS tower, which is going to help you there. This is the use of a instance group. Create an instance group. You can just add it and all those stuffs. Okay. Next is application. If you have any custom application to be included as part of this AWS tower, you can just use it. Okay. This is majorly on a bit more development. You go a bit more detail into the AWS tower and stuff, so you can create that. You're not going to go in deeper detail in that. Okay. Next is settings. You can just talk about authentication. So what is the API URL? Okay. GitHub authentication. Okay. OAuth. If you want to enable OAuth here, you can just give it here. If you want your tower to be integrated with LDAP, you can just use it here. Like this. Like if you want authentication to be outsourced, like you don't want to do the Ansible default authentication, you want to do that, you will do this way. Next is job settings. Okay, So these are all the list of Ansible modules allowed. Okay. If you want to remove some particular module, you can just remove them. Okay. So these are all the default modules available for ad hoc jobs. Okay. So you can just see similar to whatever we see the Ansible configuration. For example, what is the default job timeout? Okay. Inventory update timeout. Okay. If you have your own Galaxy server, you can just provide that, the Galaxy username and password. Okay. And if you want some environment variables to be enabled, you can just do this. So all this information you can provide it here. Okay. The next type is called system. So you can just see that what is the URL. If you have it like hosted on a particular URL, you can just update it here. How frequently the access token has to be refreshed, all those things you can just do it. And activity stream, which will track all the activity happened on the tower. Next is logging. Okay, so that means if you want to enable external login, so all the Ansible tower logs, you want to push it to a external logging system, you can just do it. Okay, you can just do all these things in the system. So the next area is user interface. So if you want to choose a custom logo, instead of this AWX logo, you want to put your company logo, you can just put it there. And if you want to write some system info about the logo, you can just do it there. So these are all the various options available in the AWX tower. Clear, guys?
Yes, Satish.
Any questions on this? Okay, fine. So we have a demo project and a demo job and demo inventory already created. So let me just run this just to show how to run a template or something like that. Okay, so there is a demo project created. Let me show you. This is going to go to the GitHub. Okay, and there is a project called Ansible Tower Samples. Okay, so this is just having a hello world YAML, which will just print a hello world on it. Okay, so let's just run this on this. So this is the project which we have already seen. So to run a template, you can see there is a template available. So this will, okay. So this template is like, this is for the used for the demo inventory, and the project is demo project, and the credential is demo credential, and it uses hello world.yaml. Okay, it is going to list all the playbooks under the project. So this playbook is called hello world.yaml. Okay, so I can run this template using this rocket button, right? So if I run this, it is going to open a new window, which is going to, this is where it is going to print me the output. So it is gathering the facts on the local hosts and it is printing. So this is successful, and it talks about the when is the time and all those stuffs. And there are one play, and there are two tasks executed. One is your gathering fact, another one is hello message, and both of them are okay. And it is running on a particular host, because in the host inventory, I have one demo inventory, which is having local host as a entry. Clear, guys? So this is how you can see that. Now, if you go to the jobs, you can see this demo job template has been executed. And if I go to the job today, one job has executed successfully. Okay. So everyone run this job and see, ensure and see that you are getting this output.
Satish,
Yeah.
again, it's the same issue for me.
have some additional. So let me please do one thing. Remove all the Docker images and run it again. Ideally, it should play within the 8 GB limit. I don't know. Something happened on him. Is there any other big files you have on the machine?
No.
All right. So do one thing. Remove all the Docker images and try to delete the temp directory. Okay. And then try to run the job.
Okay. So you just in Docker images, and after that you just ran a command, right? Docker rm and that
RMI and
code.
provide
So
all
similar
the
way.
Docker image IDs.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So next, what I'm going to do is. So let's do one thing. Okay, we have created n number of playbooks, right? We will try to push all the playbook to a GitHub repository. From there, we will create a project. So let's do that. So let's connect to the controller. So ensure that you are into a sudo su and you are in the root directory. Right, we have lots of YAML files and stuffs, right? So let's try to create a directory called playbooks, okay, and move all the playbooks into that playbook directory. That directory we will check into the GitHub account. Clear, guys?
So you're moving all the .yaml to Git repository, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me just move it to a different directory. From there, I will do a git init and then push the things.
Okay.
Okay. So let me make a directory called mkdir playbook. Okay. Now let's me move all the YAML mv star dot YAML to playbook directory. ls-l. So let me give this commands on the Slack. mkdir. Okay. Before that, let me edit this. Okay. On controller, sudo su cd tilde. Okay. Then let me run the mkdir playbook. Okay. And let me move all the YAMLs into the playbook using this command. And adding to that, I may have a couple of other things, right? My program.sh, my Ninja template. Let me move that also. mv program.sh to playbook. mv my index.html.j2 to playbook. So these are all my template files and the scripts files which I used. So ls-l. So I think almost all my files are being moved into the playbook directory. Okay. Now let me go to a GitHub and create a repository. So go to github.com. Hope everyone is having access to GitHub, right? Everyone having an ID on GitHub?
Yeah.
If not, please go ahead and open. It's a free, so don't worry about it. Please open one. And there, once you're logged into the GitHub, let me know. I will show you how to create a new repository. And then we will start pushing things to this repository.
Satish, for few images, since it says like it is already running, so we cannot be deleted.
You can do a Docker PS -a. Okay. So while others do it, let me just can you share your screen? I will just give you the command. Stop the share.
Yeah, I'll share my screen. Sorry,
Are you sharing?
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Just go to your mission. Just do a Docker PS command.
Okay.
Docker PS. Okay. Docker stop. Just give all the container IDs.
Oh, with this.
Space, yeah, there is container IDs, right? 9EB, 2A8, give all those things. Space, this thing, space.
Yeah, it's done.
Now do a docker ps-a, docker ps space -a. Enter. Okay, now do a docker rm space all these container IDs. No, rm, no RMI. RMI is to delete an image, RM is to delete a container.
Okay.
We'll go in detail in the Docker class.
So all these IDs I should give.
Yes.
Okay.
So others, everyone logged into the GitHub?
Yes, Satish.
Yeah.
Yes, Satish.
It's deleted.
Yeah. Now try to delete the images. Do a docker ps-a. You should not get any result. And after that, you can just try the docker RMI. Now all the images you should be able to delete.
Okay.
Can we stop your share?
Yeah, I'll stop.
So let me, so this is my home page for my GitHub. Okay. There on the top right corner, do you see an option called plus button? In that, click on new repository.
Okay.
So this is going to ask you for a unique repository name. Okay. Let me make it as Ansible Lab. Ansible Lab. And don't make any changes on this page and click on create repository.
Okay.
Okay. Once you see that, you see an option like how to initialize things. Okay. And then you can just do that. Okay. So let's do this. So this is the step I'm going to follow. Okay. So I'm going into my controller. CD tilde CD playbook. Ensure that you are as the root user. Okay. And you are inside the playbook directory. And I see all my files here. You can just see I see all my files here, right? Yes. Okay. Now I may need to install Git because Git may not be installed. Yum install Git. Git is already there. We are good. Okay. So the command I'm going to give is git init. So command in the Slack cd/root/playbook playbook and then give git init. So after that, I'm just going to add all the files using the command git add dot. So this will add all the files to the staging repo. Git works in a distributed version, so it is adding it to the staging repo. Then I'm going to commit them using a message called git commit -m first commit. This is the command I'm going to use. So git commit -m first commit. Then I'm going to say git remote add origin this URL. So just copy the git remote add from your GitHub, because the repository URL will be different for me. So git remote add origin, your repo URL. Then I'm going to use git push. So there it may be asking me for the username and password. So let me enter the username. So this will push this repository onto my GitHub. If I come back and refresh this page, I can see all these files in my repository.
Satish, sorry to interrupt, but it's still not able to delete the image.
Can you please share me your screen? It's not working. We'll create a new CentOS machine. You can use RMI -force. -force.
Okay, I'll try this. Yeah.
So everyone pushed your repository code?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, next thing what I'm going to do is I am going to create a credentials, okay, so that I can create a new project and that will use the credentials. First, let me create a GitHub credential. So go to in your AWS server, go to credentials and click on create a new credential. In the name, I'm going to select it as GitHub. Okay, and in the organization, I'm going to select my default organization, because I'm just going to play with only with the default organization, not going to play around with some other. Okay, the credentials type should be capital G. Anyway, I can just click on this icon. Okay, there I can just search for Git.
GitHub personal access token.
We'll use the GitHub personal access token. Select.
Satish, I'm unable to push my code to Git.
Okay, can you share me your screen, please? unable to access, connection timed out.
You are using
Oh,
the
you are using
SNP Global
SNP.
one. You have to use the public one. Yeah. GitHub.com.
You are using your local GitHub.
No, Satish. I guess like he's using the.
Yeah, he's using your organization GitHub.
Yeah.
It should be github.com.
Yeah, don't use this one.
Okay, I'll do one more repository and I'll push mine.
Yeah. Okay. So next is okay. I'm coming back. In that, I'm creating a credential. Okay. Next, I need to create a personal access token on the GitHub. So on the top, you see this small icon. In that, you can see the settings. So on the right hand corner, you can see your profile. In that, click on settings, and in the security, not the security, where I can get the personal access token. Just a moment. Applications. Yeah. So settings, developer settings, there you can see a personal access token.
Okay.
So everyone in this page?
Yeah, let's just say it's empty for
Click
us.
on generate new token, and in the note I can put it for Ansible. Okay, and I'm going to give the complete access for this. Okay, I wanted to have the complete access. Write, read, delete, admin. Okay. Actually, I just need a read access, but let's just give the complete access.
Satish, after settings and
yeah, let me repeat it. So go to your GitHub. In the corner, you see settings.
Yeah.
Developer settings.
Yeah.
And then personal access token.
Okay.
And then click on generate new token. And in the note, I'm going to name it as Ansible. Let me select the complete thing. Okay, generate token. And it will just give a token, copy that. So it will allow you to copy only one time. Please ensure that you're copying it. And then in the token URL, just paste it. If you want to see the content, you can just click on the small eye icon, and you can just validate it is completely copy pasted. And click on save.
Okay.
Done, guys. Everyone created this credential.
I got the token, then we need to copy that.
Yeah. In the credentials, you are already creating a new credential, right?
Okay.
New credential is called GitHub. In that, just paste the token. That's it.
Okay.
So let me repeat. In the credentials, you are adding a new credential and name it as GitHub. And here you are selecting the GitHub personal access token and you are pasting that. Select and you are pasting it here and hit a save. So everyone created this token?
Yes, Satish.
Okay, great. Next, let me go ahead and create a project. Okay, so let me go to the projects. Click on the plus icon. Name of the project is, let me call it as Ansible Lab. Okay. And in the source control type, select it as Git. And in the SCM URL, I am going to my GitHub. In that, search the repository. We have created one now, right? Ansible Lab. Okay. If you click on the clone URL, okay, you will see an option called clone with HTTPS. Just copy this URL. So this is the URL I'm going to use in my tower. So on the repository which we created, click on clone and ensure that it is showing clone with HTTPS and copy the URL. Done, guys?
Yeah, Satish.
And in the credentials, now search for the no credentials has been created. GitHub. GitHub credentials created. The project. Let's see.
We should at least be seeing the demo credential, right?
Lab. It should be good. Yes. Same URL. Okay, let me just hit the save and see, because it's a public repo. Without credential, it should work. Okay, let me just see. What is this? Just to cancel. Oh, okay. Get latest SCM. Let's see whether it is coming to green or not. Okay, it comes to green. Update successful. So without credential, it's working because it's a public repo. Why this is the credential is not showing here? Maybe it's a public repo. It should show. Okay. So everyone, once it is added, just click on this get latest SCM revision, and you should see a green icon there.
Okay.
Yeah, I made it private. So
Sorry?
I made that repo as private. So.
Oh, so that's why I asked you to create it as public. I don't know why this is not listing. There's a problem with these open source things, right? And you need to check it. Oh, do I need to add these credentials? I'll just check that. Okay. As of now, just add it as make it as a public. You will be able to make it as public immediately in the settings.
Yeah.
So my project is ready. That is my Ansible lab. It's my project. So everyone, the Ansible project is ready.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's create inventories. Okay. So let's add my both Linux servers into this. Let me create an inventory and let me add my name it as Linux. Okay. Let me add both my CentOS and Ubuntu to this list. And click on save. Okay. Then go to host. Let me add a host to the item. So in the host name, let me give the CentOS IP and the Ubuntu IP. This is my CentOS node. Sorry. Hosts. Let me click on this, create a new host, and then click save. Let me call it as, this one is my CentOS node, right? 13 is my CentOS node. Let me write the description as CentOS node. Click save. And let me add one more thing. Get the Ubuntu node IP. Come to this AWS tower. And let me call it as Ubuntu node and hit save. Save or not? Working. Oh, sorry. I need to add one more and then add it. It has just updated the old one. Add. Okay. Let me add CentOS node back because my Ubuntu has overwritten the CentOS. So AWS host name is this. And we call it as CentOS node and save. Okay. So now I have two nodes. One is my Ubuntu node and another one is my CentOS node. Okay. Now let me go back and create one more credentials for to be used inside the template.
Satish, I'm in skill inventory. So,
sorry. In the inventory,
yeah.
Click on this plus icon, create an inventory and name it as Linux.
Okay.
Okay. So once that is done, you will see your hosts. You see this?
Yeah.
Okay. In that, in the bottom, you can see a plus icon.
Yeah.
Create. Oh, sorry. Here you can just see a create a new host. Click on that. Okay. Then it will ask you the host name. Here, put the IP address of the CentOS machine, and in the description, add as a CentOS and click save.
Okay.
Then in the bottom, you see a create a new host plus icon. There add the Ubuntu node.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Done, guys?
Yeah.
Just a second. Yeah.
Okay.
First, we need to create the inventory, correct?
Yeah, first we need to create the inventory called Linux.
Okay.
So to avoid any confusion, let me delete them and then start from the scratch. Okay. So Linux inventory, let me delete this. Let's delete. Come on. So I'm in the inventory, click on plus icon and then select inventory. There I'm going to give the name as LINUX. Okay. And then click on save. Okay. Then click on posts. Okay. You see this page, everyone in this page?
Yep.
Okay. And then you can see a plus icon called create a new host. Click on that. There I'm going to give my CentOS IP. So this is my CentOS IP and I'm going to name it as CentOS node and click save. Okay. Then on the bottom you will see one more plus icon, create a new host. Click on that. Now provide the Ubuntu IP. Ubuntu node. Name it as Ubuntu node. Click save. Okay. Everyone added this inventory.
Yes, Satish.
Okay.
So I'm going to share my screen.
You want to share your screen?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I created Linux.
Linux. Click on that. Now go to the host. Click on hosts on the top. Okay. So, click on the plus icon.
This one?
Yeah. Create a new host. There, give the CentOS IP.
Yeah.
Okay. And name it as CentOS. Click on save. Now, in the bottom, you will see the CentOS. Just click on the plus icon there. Yeah. Now give the Ubuntu IP.
Okay, sure. I can do that.
And name it as Ubuntu node. Save.
Satish?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So the next step, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a credential. Okay. So let me create a credential, call it as Linux credential. Okay. Description used to connect to Linux. Okay. In the credentials type, I'm going to select something called mission. There is a credentials type called mission. Select that. So everyone in this page.
Mm-hmm.
Is everyone in this page?
Yes.
Okay. And the username, I'm going to use it called Ansible. You remember on the first day, we have created the user called Ansible and set up the key-based authentication, right? I'm going to use the same thing. The username is Ansible. Now I need to provide my private key, right? You remember like initially setting up that account, we have copied the public key to the node machines, right?
Right.
Here, I need to provide the private key. So this will be normally in cat slash root dot ssh id underscore rsa. So copy the content of this file from your controller and put it here. So in the SSH private key, you are going to put that content. Okay. Other fields, we can just leave it as it is, no changes to it.
So we are asking Ansible to connect to the controller, right?
We are asking Ansible to connect to the host, that is Linux CentOS node and Ubuntu node, using this private key.
Okay.
Because those two machines already have our public key. You remember initially we said it.
Yeah.
So I'm just giving the private key, asking Ansible Tower, use this private key to connect to the host machines.
Okay. So now this is working as controller.
Yeah, this is the controller now.
Okay.
Okay, hit save. Okay. Done, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's go ahead and create one template. Okay. So click on templates and hit the plus icon. And then create a job template. There, which YAML we can take, which is pretty straightforward.
Take that directory one.
Sorry?
The directory one.
What was that name?
Create, file create.
File create. Okay, let's take the file create YAML. Okay, so let me name it as file create itself. Okay, and the job type, we'll see about the job type again. Okay, in the inventory, I'm going to select my Linux because that is going to have both the things, right?
Yeah.
And in the project, I'm going to select the Ansible lab. Okay. Once I completed that, it is going to give me the list of all the YAMLs inside it because it already pulled that YAMLs for me. So in the drop down, I'm going to select my file create.
Okay.
Now, let me select the credentials as Linux.
Okay.
Select. Okay. So I'm just giving the inventory template name as file create and job type should be run and the inventory is Linux and project is Ansible lab and in the drop down I'm selecting file create and the credentials I'm choosing it as Linux which I created.
Okay.
So let me save this. So it is saved. Now you can see the list of templates here in the bottom and click on the rocket icon. Let's see what's happening. What happened? Could not match supplied host pattern. Ignoring Linux. Oh.
Host pattern is the SSH key?
No. In the YAML, we have a host entry, right? We just remove that. Okay. So let's go to the file create.yaml. Okay. In this file, let me edit this file and remove the host line.
Okay.
And then commit the changes. Okay. Now let me come back to the Ansible tower.
Refresh.
So in the GitHub, I have edited the file and removed the host entry. And let me try to run it again.
We should refresh it now so that it pulls the latest changes. No.
Let's see. Okay. So let me go to my project and click on Ansible Lab. I can just
Refresh.
get the latest SEM code.
Okay.
It's running. So it's completed. Now let's go to the templates and try to run the file create. Okay. Tasks should be inline.
Indentation.
It should be the initial thing. So let me remove this additional fields. Let me delete all the 2 characters. Okay. So let me commit these changes and go back to the project. And then Ansible Lab.
Satish, along with the host, what did you delete?
I just modified the indentation. So I just deleted 2 spaces in all the file.
Oh, you removed the complete host. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, under the hosts, we had the task, right?
Correct.
So because the indentation
Okay.
was wrong. So I just fixed the indentation.
Okay.
Let me go to the template now. File create. Playbook must be a list of plays. Let's see what happened. What is the difference between this? So we have the other project, right? Let me just see what they have written. Oh, sorry. This one. Project. Sample. Oh, it doesn't need the initial thing. So let me run it for host should be all. Make a modification. Okay. Projects. Sync the Ansible Lab. Template. This. Yeah, it should be all because the inventory is all right. So that is the reason. Okay.
So you've added the host again with all.
Yeah. It should be all. It should not be Linux because in the inventory, I don't have a group called Linux. That is the problem.
In inventory. Okay.
Or otherwise in the inventory, if I created a group called Linux, it should have worked that way also.
Satish, why are we again giving the host, or why are we concentrating on it when we've already given the inventories inside the tower?
Sorry?
We've already given the host names inside the tower, right? So why are we specifying again in the YAML?
No, see, if you see that in the inventories, I have created an inventory called Linux. Inside that, I don't have any group called Linux group, right?
Right.
So imagine this as an individual host file. Inside that, I don't have any group called Linux.
Okay.
But in the playbook, I'm calling for a group called Linux.
Correct. Makes sense,
So
yeah.
ideally, it should be all. So it should run for all the inventories.
Understood.
Okay. So this is how you can sync up a project and do things. Okay. So I think with this we can conclude for today. Tomorrow we'll talk about how to call this using tags and other examples. We will see an example. Then we will talk about how to set up notifications in the tower. Like we will use our Slack channel and we'll ask it to put a notification on that. Okay. I don't think we'll be able to test email because I don't have an email server to test the email. For that, we'll use a Slack for notification. And then we'll talk about how to use the roles inside the tower. Okay. And next thing we'll talk about testing. Okay, testing of a playbook using molecule. Right, because once you write a playbook, you cannot directly apply it on a server, right? So you need to run it on test it locally. Then only you need to push it on the actual servers. So we'll see about how do I do using testing using molecule. I think with that we'll conclude this training completely tomorrow.
Satish.
Yeah.
Actually, one quick question.
Hey, sorry, your voice is pretty low. Can you just speak a bit louder?
Yeah. Hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So after changing the file create.yaml file in GitHub and I have committed it, then when I try to create a new template and I'm trying to in the choose a playbook option, and when I try to check for file create.yaml, I'm unable to see that file.
Try to go to the project and click on this refresh. This will pull the latest code.
I have tried that twice. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, are you able to see my screen? Yeah. So I have refreshed this.
Let's wait for it to complete.
Yep. Now when I try to create a new template over here, I don't see the file. What would be wrong here? And I can see
Go back to your repository.
File.
The file is there in the repository.
Yeah, it is there. You can see that file over here.
File create.yaml. Copy the file and copy paste it there.
File name.
Copy the complete file name and paste it there.
Yeah.
Paste it there. It's there.
Then why am I unable to see the list over here? Okay,
Type file. F-I-L-E. Create.
So I have to give the full name.
Thing. It is not fetching the. Yeah, it's coming up. It's getting delayed. So basically, if you see that these files are loaded inside the Docker container, from there it has to fetch that.
Okay, so there is some delay over there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Then choose the credentials and then run it.
So the file should be having these changes, or else do I need to add that host button?
You need to add the host alt. Let me just put the file on Slack so for your reference.
Yeah.
So instead of host Linux, it should be host alt. That's it.
This should work for me, so I'm dropping off. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, Satish, I am facing another problem. Can I share my?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Are you able to see my screen, Satish?
Yes.
Yeah. So actually, I copied this one, right?
You should copy it with the begin private key and end private key. Just go back to your Linux. It should start with -begin. Yeah, you should copy it from the beginning till the end. End RSA private key. Yeah.
Okay. Is it
should be the complete file.
Format like this?
Yes. And just delete it and.
Satish, when I am running the template, I am getting this unreachable exception.
Unreachable exception. Let me see that. Save this.
Okay. Yeah.
Can other?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
Permission denied public key. Okay. It's trying root. Have you in the credentials? Have you put it as Ansible? The username is Ansible. Go to the credentials. Check the Linux credential. Username is Ansible.
No, I think like it got auto corrected.
Okay.
Yeah, again it is showing. Okay, already. Thank you.
Yeah, save this and try.
Satish, one quick thing. After I have selected the file create.yaml, it is showing me an error saying playbook not found for project.
Not found.
So it seems there is no file. It is saying like that.
Still, I'm getting the same exception.
No, have you run it again? Click on the click on the rocket button.
Yeah, I just ran it again.
It will not run. It will not run that much quick. Still, it is using root. Why? Credentials. Next. Okay. Go back to the template, please. Go to the file create. Credentials, you haven't selected anything in the credentials field.
Okay.
So that's why it's trying to use the default one. Search it. Click on the search and select the Linux.
Okay.
Save it. And launch it again. It's running now.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, cool.
Okay. Yeah. Who's the other person? Can you share your screen?
Yeah, Satish, I missed some Git from Git, fetching a repository from Git, so I was stuck there. Can you quickly explain me?
Okay. Create a project. Name Ansible Lab. SCM type is Git. Print the HTTPS URL of your Git repo. Clone. Click on the clone or download. copy this URL. Save this. Nothing else. Come down and click on the get latest SCM version. And now click on the green icon. Let's see whether it is completed successfully. Update successfully. Okay. Now you need to create the inventory, credentials, and the template. Inventory is already created, right? You created the one created. Okay. New inventory. Linux. Save.
Sorry, Satish, I could not hear.
Save. Hit save. And click on hosts. Click on the top, click on the plus icon. Yeah, give your CentOS IP. In the description, write as CentOS IP.
Hi, Satish. It's working fine for me. I'm dropping off. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what was the changes you did?
I have just went to the projects and I have refreshed twice. Then it started appearing over there.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not sure why. Yeah.
Some delay. So now hit on save. Yeah. Scroll down. Scroll down. It is not saving. It's saved. Now click on the plus icon at the bottom. Scroll up, scroll down, please. Yeah, plus icon. Then give the Ubuntu. Let us Ubuntu IP. Save. Scroll down. Yeah. Now go to credentials. Let's add a credential. You already added that. Huh? Okay, fine. Now go to template. If it is added, that's okay.
So we don't need to map anything here, right?
Ansible spelling mistake. Check that. Ansible, ANSIBLE. Save it. You have added the private key only, right? There.
Yeah.
Okay. Now go to template. Click on the plus icon. Job template. Name you can see it as file create. And in the inventory, select Linux. Hello. Hey, can you call me in 10 minutes? I'm still in the call. Right. File create.yaml. And credential should be Ansible. Have you made the changes to the file create.yaml?
No, I'll do that.
Select. And then click on save. The GitHub, the file create, instead of host Linux, put it as alt. Just alt. Commit. Scroll down, there will be an option called commit.
Yeah.
Now go to the project and run the sync again.
It is not great.
Save it, hit save. You have saved it, right? Yeah. The sync again. Update successful. Now go to the template and run the template. Yep, it is working fine.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay,
Satish.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Guys, let me know once everyone is connected to the dashboard and you see this.
In the dashboard, Satish. So,
Okay, great. Let's wait
when
for others.
everyone else are ready, yeah.
And others complete, then we will start modifying the inventory because we need to update the new IP. So we'll do that.
What was the dashboard username? AWX admin change me. I'm just
AWX-admin.
Okay.
Okay.
Change underscore me.
The
Right?
password is change me. Change underscore me. Let me put it in the Slack once. Is everyone connected?
Yep.
So the first thing I'm going to do is let me modify the inventory because yesterday we have added the IP. The IP got changed. Let me go to the inventories and select the Linux inventory. In that, go to the host. You can see two host names, right? Let me modify them. First, click on the pencil icon near the CentOS node. There, let me update the IP. So my CentOS IP is this. Let me modify this. And let me go back and get my Ubuntu node IP. Click on the pencil icon near Ubuntu, change the IP and save. So now let me go back to the template and run the file create template and see whether I'm getting the successful output. Yes, I'm getting successful. Let me know once everyone get this successful.
Yeah, Satish.
One minute, Satish.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Satish.
Done? Okay. So the next thing we are going to do is, till now we haven't added the Windows node into this inventory, right? So let me just go back and add the Windows node. Click on inventories and then click on plus icon and click on add inventory. Let me call it as Windows. Okay. And then click on save. And in the hosts, let me click on this plus icon. And in the host name, let me give the IP address of the Windows node. And in the host name, let me put the IP. In the description, let me put Windows IP. Okay. In the host variable, let me add the lines to force it to use the WinRM. We remember we have created a Win variables, right? CTC,
Yeah.
Ansible, hosts. Let me add these two lines to the host variable. Ansible connection is equal to WinRM. Ansible WinRM server certificate validation is ignore. Let me add these two lines in the host variable and click on save. It is colon, and now I will be able to save. Instead of equal to, put it as colon.
Yes, Satish.
Now, let me go to the credentials and add a new credential. Let me call it as Windows and organization. Let me put it under default organization. And my credentials type is mission. Mission. And username, it is administrator. And the password, let me put the password for the mission which is created. Okay. The other things are going to be empty. Click on save. Done, guys?
So password would be that on that day we generated the.
You created, right? It should be in your host file. You can just copy paste it.
Okay.
In the controller, the host file will have the password. You can just use that.
Can you show once again, Satish?
So in the credentials, I'm adding a new credential. Name is Windows and organization is default and credentials type is mission. Like that. And in the username, put administrator. In the password, put the password and hit save. That's it.
Can you scroll up?
I can show the actual thing. Yeah, this is the value you should see.
Should we give his password as well?
Yeah, we need to put the password.
Yeah. That's it, right? No other.
Yeah. No other changes, and hit on save.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new template for my Windows job. Let's do that. So let me create a new template, new job template. Name is Windows File Create. Okay. And job type is run, and inventory, I'm going to choose Windows, and the project is Ansible Lab, and the playbook is, might have a YAML called Win File Create, right? Windows file. Okay. Let me check the content of the Windows file. Have a file called Windows file. Okay, so this will create a C directory. So Windows file, and in the credentials, I'm going to select Windows.
Satish, should we not edit?
Yeah, we need to edit instead
Okay.
of we should modify it to all. So after completing the playbook, we'll do that. Okay, so that's it. So name is Windows file create, job type is run, inventory is Windows, project, and then the playbook is Windows file, and credential is Windows. I'm not making any other changes. Hit on save. Okay, I can see the job is created. Next, in the file, I'm going to change the host to from Win to Alt, because in the Windows inventory, I have only one server, that is Windows, and commit this change. Let me put that for you for your reference. Now let's go back to the project and then sync the project so that I can get this latest code. So the sync is completed. Now go back to the template and let me run the Windows file create. It is successful. So to ensure it is doing it, let me do one thing. Let me connect to that MSTSC and validate. MSTSC. The Windows IP. Okay. Yes. So,
So Satish, I have one question here. Whenever creating the template, right?
Mhm.
So we have the two options. The first option says that a job template. The second
Yeah.
option says the create workflow.
Yeah.
So what is the second option is there?
Workflow is like something like you want a complex job. Okay, once one playbook is completed, you want to call the other playbook. That is where you will use the workflow.
Okay, so we'll do today that part as well.
We'll see a small example on this one.
Okay. And the second thing is that right, whenever we are just creating the inventories, so inside inventories, when you are putting the host, right, so we can see the fact there.
We can also see the current facts of the mission. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We can just use that.
Okay, so means we'll do the same whatever we did earlier, means some executable, the sh file and with some custom facts.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that one.
Sorry, once you add the custom facts, we can just see that. We'll do that. So I'll come back to that. First, let me come to this Windows. So this folder is already there. Let me delete this. Oh, sorry, not cancel. Temp folder. Let me delete this and let me run the job again. I can use this relaunch using same parameter. Okay, now let me go back and see. Yeah, the temp folder is created. Okay. Just want to ensure that it is getting created. So we are doing that.
Satish, I'm getting issue.
Can you share me your screen? Yes. Failed to connect via SSH. Have you added the host variables?
Yeah. This was showing error.
Edit that. Oh, the host variables are missing. Click on the host. Sorry, not here. hosts. You have two. Yeah, delete one. So I think you have two hosts. That's the reason it is failing to connect to the Windows. Yeah, now save it and then try it again.
Yes.
The template again. Yeah. So it was trying to do that on the Windows also. That's the reason.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'll check by deleting the file.
Okay. So the next thing, what we are going to do is, so let me see the application.yaml. Okay, let's try to run this. Okay, so here I'm going to make some changes to the application.yaml. This is the example.
Your screen.
Yeah.
You're not
Oh,
sharing.
sorry. Okay. So prior to this, and we just show you the host files. Okay. So let's talk about inventories, Linux, and when I click on the particular host, I can see a fax. Okay. You can see the list of fax. I should be able to see my fax. Just a moment. Host Windows.
Oh, Satish, I just got dropped. I had to rejoin. What were we doing?
So we have just added the Windows node and ran the Windows file create.
Oh, that I did. I was on the screen of yours at the moment.
Okay. So I'll come back to on the facts. Okay. So the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the show you example of file. Okay. So in this file, I have given an example like it has to take the source file from the /root. Okay. But I don't have this directory structure now, right? Okay. So you can give a relative path, right? I know that this program.sh is there in the same location. Let me validate it once. I have the program.sh in the same location. So I can give a relative path to the playbook. And let me also change the host from Linux to all. Okay. Two changes I'm making. In the host, I'm changing the host to all, and in the source, instead of the actual path, that is /root/program.sh, I'm giving a relative path that in the same directory where I have the YAML, I have the program.sh. Okay. So let me just put this for you in the Slack, and let me run this, try to run this. Application.yaml. Let me commit this. Let me come back to the project and sync the project once. And go to template. Let me create a new template. So the name is application, and inventory is Linux, and the project is Ansible lab. Playbook is application.yaml, and credentials is Linux. Select. Let me save this, and let me try to run this job. See what happens. Yeah, the application is executed, and I'm getting the result. So here you need to give the relative path where the respective file or template is there. Okay. Imagine like if you have the file inside the files, okay, you can create a directory called files there, and then you can put it there. Or otherwise, you can just give the relative path. If the file, if this shell script is in the same directory, you can give the same location. Or if you have created a folder inside that, if you kept the file, you can use that way.
Satish, I want to share the screen.
Yeah.
So I'm getting this unreachable.
Which one it is?
Application.
Having only one. What is the host you have put?
Wanted to change the host name.
What is the inventory you have put? Go to the template. No, it should be Linux. Shell script, right? Can be and run on Windows. And also credentials, you haven't chosen anything. Give it a now run.
Thank you, Satish.
Satish, I've got some issues. It says unreachable host of fatal error via administrator, permission denied.
Just share me the screen. This is the job. Administrator. I think you are using a wrong credential. It's not Windows program. It is Linux, right? It would be Linux, not Windows.
Okay. And the inventory would be Linux only, right?
Yeah, inventory will be Linux and the credential is Linux. Save it.
Yeah, I did.
Not find the program.sh. Can you just go to the YAML file? Have you made the changes? It is relative. Do you have it
In the controller?
Like a program.sh? In the Ansible lab, click on the Ansible lab. No, not here. In the repository, do you have the file in the same location? That program.sh.
Okay.
It is not there. That's the reason.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I'll do that, Satish. Thank you.
So Satish, both the application and the program are both in the same file. That's why we are giving relative path.
In the same location. So basically, that's why we are giving that. Okay. We have it inside a file folder, then we can do it. So let me just show that for you. Okay. So let me do one thing in this. Let me copy the content of program.sh.
You are not sharing your screen, Satish.
So I'm going to my repository. Let me copy the content of the program.sh. Okay. And here, let me create a new folder. How do I create a folder here?
You can put a slash, Satish, that will create a folder.
Okay. Create les files slash program.sh. Okay. So in the repository, I'm in files slash program.sh. Let me commit this file. In the application.yaml, let me, instead of program.sh, let me say files slash program.sh. So let me commit this change. And in the tower, in the projects, let me sync it up. Okay. And in the templates, let me run the application template again. So you can see that the file got changed. So instead of taking the file from the same location, it is taking the file from the different location.
Yeah, Satish, sorry.
This is how you can give the relative paths. So this example we have seen for running um, running a YAML, which will be using a different file. Okay. Next, I want to create one for running a specific tag. Okay. So let me take the example of the tags one. Tags. Where is the file I have for tag? Custom tag variable file create MariaDB. MariaDB is the file where I have created tags, right? Yeah. This is where I have the tags. So let me create how to run a specific tag on this file. So let me modify this file in the hosts. Let me use only CentOS. Okay. So I may need to create a separate or let me do one thing. Let me create a group inside the inventory and use that group here. So let's do that. So in the tower, in the inventory, in the Linux inventory, okay, let me create a group called CentOS. Okay, in the hosts, I click on this existing host and let me, oh, this description is empty. After this, which is the CentOS. My CentOS node IP is 3.7. Okay, so 3.7. Save it. So in the same inventory, I'm creating a group called CentOS. In that, I have added the CentOS machine only. Okay. So now in the playbook, let me change it to, instead of this IP, let me change it to CentOS and hit commit changes. So let me reiterate the changes I have done. In the inventories, I have created a group called CentOS. In that I have added only CentOS mission. And in the MariaDB.yaml, in the host, I have mentioned only the group name. So let me go ahead and create a new template. Let me call the template as tag, and inventory, I want to use Linux, and project is Ansible lab, and playbook is MariaDB.yaml, and in the credentials, I want to use Linux. Okay, and in the job tags, ideally it will auto-populate this for me. I think I haven't synced up the code. So let me just save this and go back to my project, and I will sync it up because I haven't synced it up till now. Okay. Now let me go back to the template tag. Now let me start typing the tag stall install not loaded. ARDB. Install. Yeah. Type install and select the install. And let me save this. Okay. Now let's run this template. And I want only the tag install should be run. Yeah. Install is running. You see that only install is running. It is not triggering the service start. So this is how you can provide tags.
Satish, I want to share the screen.
Okay. Yeah, CentOS and click on hosts. On the top, do you see host, right? Yeah, in that, click on the plus icon, existing host. In the list, select your CentOS IP. Yeah, save.
Yeah, next is template.
Yeah, in the template, create a new template. Name is tag. Linux. Have you made changes to that repository?
No. So I need to change this IP.
Yeah. Instead of this IP, put CentOS because we have created a group called CentOS.
That's it.
Yeah, commented.
So I need to refresh.
Yeah, go to the projects and refresh it.
Satish, we have to also give the playbook YAML file also, right?
Sorry?
We should define the playbook as well, right? In the template.
Yeah, in template it is not created. Tag. Entry is Linux, yes. And project is Ansible. In the playbook, select the Maria. Select Linux. And in the tag, select install. Job tags, yeah. Typing, start typing.
I'm not able to hear, Satish.
Type install, INSTAL. Okay. Yeah, select that. No, in the bottom you have that option, right? Select it. Yeah.
Okay.
Save this. Now run this. Oh, excuse me. So if you see that, only the install task has executed. Basically, our playbook has both the task, that is set up and this thing. Now it has shown only the executed only the install. That's it. The service restart was not executed.
Yeah, in the same way for some tags also.
Sorry?
If you want, we can skip the tags also.
Yeah. Next, we are going to see the skip tag.
Okay, thank you,
Satish, can you take a quick look at my screen too? It says it's executed 3 steps. I'll just share it to you. Just wanted to make sure I did it right.
No, it has not taken the tag.
Let me.
It should not be there.
Should I open the template?
Yeah, please open
it. This is what I did.
Tags is empty.
Oh boy, I saved it.
Click on this and type install.
Okay, it's actually taking time.
Yeah, in the bottom select it. So yeah, when you type install, it's saving select it.
Yeah. Okay, maybe that's what I did.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Satish.
Yes, it is. I'm facing one issue. I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
So I created
next. Yeah, fine.
The project and credential and job tag is also here, right? I saved this one. I'm just trying to launch this and run this particular template. So it is saying successful, but
okay. See, the problem is, can you just go back to your GitHub?
Yeah.
Okay, you need to change the host file, right? So we have created a host group.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of IP, I need to provide give the group name.
Okay, in the MariaDB, right?
Yeah, in the MariaDB YAML.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of the host, instead of this IP, like put it as CentOS, because we have created a group called CentOS. Save the project. Yeah, now it is running. So previously the playbook was referring to a IP which is not in the host.
Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Okay. So the next thing, what I want to share is, let me just try the skip tag. Okay. Let me remove the job tags. In the skip tag, let me add the install. Install. Okay. And I'm just going to enable this facts cache, because we've seen that fact was empty, right? It's because I never enabled the facts cache. Okay. So enable the fact cache. So in the skip tag, I have added install and I have enabled the facts cache.
You're creating a new one, right, Satish?
Sorry?
Are you creating a new one or are you modifying?
No. It's the same thing.
Okay.
I'm removing the job tag and adding the install in the skip tag.
Okay. Okay.
So this enabling facts cache, what does it do?
I will show you the difference. Okay. Launch. So now it is running only the start MariaDB. It's not running the install MariaDB. Okay. So let me show you what is the difference the facts cache has done. So I can just go to my inventories and go to my Linux, go to the host. If I select the CentOS. If I select on facts, I can see the facts. Previously, I don't see the facts here, right?
Right.
The enable facts cache is the guy who is allowing you to store these facts here. Okay. If I try to do the same thing on my Ubuntu node, I will not see that because for none of the job in the Ubuntu node, I have enabled the facts cache. Only for the CentOS node, I have enabled the facts cache. So in a template, if you enable this facts cache, that is going to help you to store the facts inside the tower.
So it will be only for particular inventory.
Yeah, it is related to, see, if the job, whatever you are running, right? Okay. For a particular mission, the job is enabled to store the fact, that is cache the fact, you can use it.
And how we are storing the facts?
All these things are stored in the database.
Okay. So
I know that I showed that Tower is having a PostgreSQL, right? In that the facts will be stored.
Okay. So those will be fetched now.
Yeah. So only when I enable this facts cache, it will be storing that fact information in the database. Otherwise, it will not. That's why previously it was empty for us. Now, after I enable this facts cache, it is storing the value.
Okay, just storing the value, that's it, or you're using them anywhere?
See, it is just for you to troubleshoot, right? Like if you want to see the facts, you can just use it. Anyway, while running, the facts will be there. But in the tower, you want the facts to be stored, you can use that.
Okay.
Okay. In Ansible, sometimes to speed up the process, we can say gather facts as no. Okay. So that is also possible. Like every time when I run a template, you see that, right? It is showing me the first step is the gather fact, right? Gathering fact. So sometimes to speed up, you can just say gather fact is false or no. Okay. At that time, it will use this facts in a smarter way. That is also another advantage for gathering the facts. Okay. Done, guys? Clear on this?
Satish, one question.
Yeah.
You have created a CentOS group, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's similar to what we have Linux and Windows groups in controller.
Yes, exactly. So it's a host group inside the inventory.
Yeah. Thank you, Satish.
Okay. So the next example I want to show is on the, let's start creating the custom facts, right? So in the custom fact, I need to modify the file location. datetime.sh.j2. Do I have it here? Oh, I missed to push the datetime.sh. Looks like. So let me create a datetime.sh.j2. So everyone is having the datetime.sh.j2?
Yes, Satish.
I think I missed to push it. Let me create it manually. This file. Create a new file. Put the content here. Let me Commit the new file. Now in the custom fact, let me modify this. Let me change the host file to all. And in the source, we'll give the same path. datetime.sh.j2. And let me commit changes. Okay. Go back to tower in the projects. Let me sync up this. Okay. Now template. Let me create a new template. Name is custom fact. Inventory is Linux. And project is Ansible. And playbook is custom fact. And credentials is Linux. Okay, and let me enable the facts cache. Okay, and let me save it and launch. Okay, so it is printing. Today is May 14th, 5:45 UTC. Okay, now if I go back to my inventories and Linux and host, I select my Ubuntu node, I click on facts, I can see that in the list I will be seeing the Ansible underscore local. Yeah, you see this fact? I have the Ansible local fact called date time added.
So these are mainly used for debugging purpose.
It's not only debugging. If you want to write your code, you want to see the list of facts, right? Like based on the fact, you want to take some action. If you want to see the fact, you can use this option.
So Satish, to get this option, we need to check that particular checkbox, or it will come
Yes,
automatically.
we need to enable the facts cache. In the template, only when you enable the facts cache, the facts will be stored locally.
Locally, not in database, right?
It's in their database, I mean to say. Locally means tower store everything in the database.
Okay.
But this is going to increase your database size that you have to plan for.
Yeah, can you repeat once again, Satish, how you created this table?
Sorry,
In
custom
Git.
fact you want to repeat?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the custom fact, I'm in the custom.fact.yaml. I was missing the J2 template. So I've just created that. Okay. And in the custom fact.yaml, I have made two changes. One, I have changed the host to all. And in the source directory for copying the template, I have given the relative path. Okay. Then came back and then synced up my project. Okay. And in the template, I have created a new template. There, the inventory is Linux, project is Ansible Lab, and the playbook is customfact.yaml, and credential is Linux, and I have enabled the facts cache. That's it. So once you save and run it, inside the inventory, you can find the facts are getting loaded. In the Ubuntu node also, I can see the facts. So you can see a fact name called Ansible underscore local.
And Satish, you give the we create these groups in the inventories, right?
Yeah.
And those groups we specify it in the YAML file, right?
Yes.
Is there a way we can specify it in the template? No, right?
No. In the inventory only you have to manage that, and also in the YAML. There is one more way you can do it in the template.
I mean, my concern to ask is, can we put host file empty and manage it via the UI?
No, you can just do one thing like limit host. Imagine that you have 100 servers.
Right.
Only for the 10 servers you want to run that. So that is where you can use the limit host. I have 4 examples, right? -, limit host.
Right.
Ansible. Yeah, -, limit, then you can provide the list of host address.
Okay.
So that is where you can provide it in this area, limit.
Okay. So this is, here we limit the inventories, not the groups, right?
You can also see whatever you are giving in the limit, only it will be executed on that.
Okay.
So imagine if your inventory is having 1000 servers, okay, you are giving a pattern which is matching 100 servers, it will run only on the 100 servers.
Okay.
See, anyway, you need to have the host in the inventory file.
Right.
In that, if you want to create a subset, you can use the limit.
Okay. So whatever we give in the limit, it will run on those. It will not accept that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Understood. Thank you.
I will show you an example. So let's say this custom facts, let me ask it to limit only for CentOS. Because I know that this host will be mapping both.
Correct.
Okay, let me just limit it only for a group.
And change the YAML?
No, same fact.
Okay. So that this custom YAML is set to all?
Custom YAML is set to all.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay. In that, I want to limit it only a particular group.
Okay.
Let me just save and launch it.
Limit as in you're focused just to do it on CentOS now.
Yes. Yes. If you see that.
Just one.
Previously it ran on both the servers. Now it has run only on my CentOS.
Perfect. Yep. Makes sense. Thank you, Satish.
Okay, there is one more option in the Ansible, right? See, I don't want to save it in a template, right? I want to ask it when I'm running the job. Let's say.
Okay.
In the custom facts, I don't want to put it during here. I want it to prompt during the launch.
Okay.
So I can just save this.
Making it more dynamic.
Yes. So when I try to run this template, launch, it is going to ask me the limiter.
Okay.
Okay. Here I can provide CentOS. And next. And this will launch it. So like this, there are multiple parameters you can force it to ask during the execution.
Makes sense.
So what are the parameters I can provide during the launch is, I can ask it to select the inventory during the launch. Okay. Or I can ask it to check whether it should be a run or syntax check during the launch. Credentials also I can ask it during the launch. Limit, and then verbosity I can ask it to during the launch. Job tags and skip tags. So these things I can ask it to run in the launch.
So this, I have one question here. So we have created the group in the CentOS and we changed our YAML file to creating host as a CentOS group, right? And let's say I need to run the same thing for the Ubuntu as well. So again, I need to create another YAML file with that particular group.
Sorry, let me repeat the question. So you are saying that, okay, in the inventory, I have two groups, one in CentOS and one in YAML. Okay. In the YAML, I have forced it to run on CentOS. If I want to run it for the Ubuntu also, do I need to create a separate YAML? That's what your question?
Yeah. So I suppose I have two groups now, right? One is Ubuntu and one is a CentOS, right? So in our YAML file, in place of the host, we have given that group name sent to us, right? And now I have to run the same YAML file for the Ubuntu group. So
Yeah.
again, I need to create another
You need to
YAML.
modify the file. So that is where you can always keep it as all, and you can filter the host using the limit. That's what I have shown the example. Okay, instead of managing the host in the YAML file, you can manage it via the during the execution.
Okay, so means we can choose the particular group. What are all the groups we want?
Yes.
Yeah. So we can choose any number of group, right?
Yeah, you can do multiple things in the limit.
Okay.
Satish, one more question. So actually, see, in the real world, it's not always convenient to refresh the repository again and again. You see my point?
Yeah.
Because like there will be multiple teams working and all of that stuff. Right? So how we could ensure that while running the job, we are always ensuring that it is.
That is where the webhook comes into picture.
Okay.
So webhook, you can just enable the webhook. This is the webhook you need to configure in the GitHub. So whenever you make a commit to this, right, this job will be triggered.
Cool, makes sense.
This is where the continuous integration comes into picture.
Okay. Is it not the other way around that I could say even if I don't have a webhook, but I want
you can schedule the pull. Okay. In the project. Okay, I can have a schedule, something like that. I can just say refresh this project every day at like 10 a.m. something kind of. Then it is going to update that like now and then.
That makes sense.
Okay.
So it will not only update, it will launch the template as well.
I will show you what is happening. Okay, let me try to run it like today is 14. Why it is saying in date is past? What is the date of this server? Me 14.5 to 6 UTC. Change it to UTC. Let me run it every minute. Okay. Why it is saying the date is in the past? Date is in the past. You see the jobs. So you see that the type is called SCM update, not the job execution.
Okay.
And guys, so we have seen about custom facts. We have seen about copying a file to the target. Okay. So the next example we want to do is how do I use a role, right? Because till now we have talked about doing things and that. Okay. But if you remember in the manual way, we were having the role inside in a different location and we are just pulling that. Okay. But when you want to keep it in a source code repository, you cannot have the role on that location because it's not going to refer that location for the role. Okay. And you cannot manage the roles in the tower also, right? Because tower's work is to just execute the job, not to storing the roles and all those stuffs, correct? Okay. So in that case, we need to keep the role inside the location itself. So let me show you example how I'm going to do that. So first for that, let me go to the controller. Let me go to the playbook directory and let me add the role inside the directory and do a git push. Then I will be able to use the role. So let's see that. So for that, first I need to do a git pull because I have made lots of changes in the repository. Right? Whatever files I have added, it has came in. Okay. Now let me copy the roles directory which was created there, right, in the etc Ansible roles. Let me bring it here. So let me give those commands for you guys. So on controller cd tilde slash playbook git pull. Okay. Now let me make a directory called roles. MK, or let me copy the complete roles directory here. R slash etc Ansible roles. Oh, sorry, I need to give a destination. So dot. So if I see that the complete roles directory will be copied here. So this is the command I want to issue. Now let me do a git add. Git add dot git commit -m added roles git push origin master. It's going to ask me for the username and password. Give that. So git add, just give the command git commit. Git git commit. Then git push origin master. If I see this Ansible lab now, I can see the roles directory created. Inside that I have the Apache role and the other role. So I can start using the role here. So guys, let me know once everyone done this. Let me just create a template for executing the role job.
Yeah, Satish. Satish, basically what does this git pull does? I mean the command?
Get all the
basically refreshes the repository. So whatever you committed, like what was committed in the repository in the GitHub, that you are basically pulling or like fetching that.
Oh, from
changes.
Git to my local machine.
Local machine, correct? Yeah.
Okay. And why are we doing that? Just to understand.
Because like we did some changes on the GitHub repository directly, right? So that was
Correct.
just on your local. So in order to refresh that local, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Understood. Thank you.
Everyone done?
Yes, Satish.
Okay. So now let's run the roles job. Okay. We have created a YAML for the roles, right? Apache roles. Let me modify the file in the host. Let me give it the CentOS group. CentOS. And let me sync up the project.
Can you show me, Satish, where you operated?
Yeah,
Sorry?
file.
Apache role. I have a I have a playbook called Apache role.
Yeah. What did you do in that? What modification?
Change the host.
Okay. Cool. You limited it. Okay.
Okay, the sync was completed. Let me go back and create the template. So let me know once everyone has completed this step, then we will go ahead and create the template.
The host we need to give all.
It should be CentOS.
Oh, CentOS. Okay.
And in case if we wish to put it all, then we will limit it, right? Something.
Yeah, because our role is limited only to YAM, right? That's why I'm limiting it only to CentOS.
Understood. Okay.
Satish, I did not find any file with Apache role.
I guess like we might have created with Ansible role.
While during the practicing the role, you might have created this file. Or just create this file. I'll put the content on the Slack. Let me know once everyone is done with that, then we'll start with the template. Done, guys?
Yes, Satish.
Yes, Satish.
Create a template. Apache role. And inventory is Linux. And project is Ansible Lab. And Apache role is my file. And credentials should be Linux. Okay. Let me save this and launch it. So it is executing all the steps like HTTP package, copy, start and enable, and other steps.
Satish, I'm getting error.
Okay, can you share your screen? App. I think you have selected Ubuntu in the CentOS node group. 5290 is CentOS or Ubuntu? No, credentials you are missing. Oh, it's there. Huh? Okay. Show me the YAML file. It's only CentOS. Okay. Can you go back to the error? Package manager is apt. So check what is the 52.90.8.217. Can you go to the instances? AWS. So that is Ubuntu IP. So go to the instances and say select the inventory, Linux inventory, and go to the hosts. So CentOS. I think the IP is different. Okay, go to the groups. Okay. You have added the Ubuntu into the CentOS group. Go to the groups. There you can just change it. In the top, you see the groups. Yeah. Click on the pencil icon. Yeah. There you can see the hosts. And delete this and add the CentOS one there. Disassociate. Now click on the plus icon. CentOS. Click on the plus and add existing host. In the list, select the correct one. This is the one, right? 132.66, yes. Save this. Now go back to the job and try to run it. Apache, you can click the racket icon there itself.
Okay.
Yeah, now it is running.
Yeah. Thanks, Satish.
Okay. So, if you see this is not an effective way to manage the roles, right? So every project you need to keep the roles and you cannot share the roles in a common way, correct? So every repository should have the roles. Okay. There are two options you can manage it in a central way. You remember in the system level, in the job level, in the settings, jobs, you can just enable the role download. That means allow roles to dynamically download from the requirements.yaml from the SCM project. Okay, you can just enable this. After that, inside the roles directory, you can create a requirements.yaml file, which will something look like this. I'll just show you this. So you can just put this. So on the runtime, it will download the roles to the directory from the repository. So this way you can use it.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is not going to give a effective way of downloading the roles. Okay. Like you cannot keep all the roles into the source code directory. In that case, inside the roles directory, you can create a file called requirements.yaml, and inside that you can put the source code repository details.
Okay.
Okay.
So
this
that can be a different repository altogether in the GitHub.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Can you also do an example of running such things if possible?
Mm.
Just could be a simple one if you could create maybe. I mean, just to see a use case scenario.
Okay. Let me do one thing. Okay, let me create a repository separately and do this for you just to show you guys. Create a new repository. Repository name, let me call it as Ansible role change. Let me initialize the file with the readme, create repository. Let me create a file with rols/requirements.yaml. Okay. Inside that, let me put the same requirement. Let me just delete the Bitbucket. So let me just use this. I hope this is publicly available. Okay. Let me commit a new file. So let Let me create a new project here. Name is Ansible. Let me just check this. Roles. Check I'm able to access this guy's Nginx. Yeah, so this is publicly available. Let me just download this and show you. SCM type is git, and let me get the clone or download URL. SCM URL, and save this. Let me create let me create a YAML file here. Create a new file. Apply dot YAML. In this, let me put the same thing as my role. I think the role name will be Nginx, right? So role name I have given in the name is Nginx -role. Okay. Commit this file. Now let me go back and create a new template. New job template. Name Nginx. Inventory, let me select Linux as my inventory. And project is Ansible role. And playbook. I haven't synced it up till now. Sync it up. So let me create a job template. Nginx. Linux. Project is Ansible role. And the playbook apply.yaml. And credentials, let me use Linux. Select. Save this and launch. So 1 minute is coming. So I may get an error because I have the Apache installed, right?
Okay.
Getting error, but this is basically downloading the Nginx role and then running it, right? That's what I want to show.
Okay.
So this is how you can have a requirement.yaml. Instead of keeping the role, you can provide the URL or the source code repository where the role is stored, and you can use it.
Okay.
This is a better way of managing the roles rather than keeping that inside the individual projects.
Okay.
So let me just put this for your reference. So now I have one failed host because there is one job failed for this thing, right? So that's why you see the failed entries here. Okay. So I will just show you this on the tower itself. Slash. And it is like play.yaml. Okay. You see that this is the location of my project that's called Ansible role. If I go here, you can see the roles folder. Inside the roles, it is just having the requirements.yaml, but in the runtime, it is just downloading that for you.
Okay.
Okay, yes. So I think with this we can go for a break. Okay. Once we come back, we are going to talk about. Well, let me just give a small example of this workflow template. Okay. We'll see how to create a workflow template and how to visualize and all those stuffs. Then we will talk about testing. How do I do a testing of Ansible codes using molecule? Okay, so we'll go back to the controller. In that we will just execute some testing. So with this we'll conclude for today. Like we'll conclude the complete training. Okay, so it's almost 11:58. Let's reconvene at 12:15.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, guys, I'm back. So if everyone is back, we can start.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So the next thing what we are going to see about is called like job template. Okay. So workflow template. So let me create a sample workflow template, sample workflow. I can just say it's for the Linux inventory. Okay. And I can click on save. So this is going to help me to define a workflow. Okay. When the job started, I want to create multiple jobs on the SQL way, right? Once this job is completed, I want another playbook to be started. So like that kind of thing, we can just do it. So let's see example. So here, when I click on the start, you can see option. So let me just run the file create first. Okay. So while I can say when this job has to run, it is the first job. So I wanted to run it always. Okay. Convergence. Okay. Select that. Okay. Next, once this job is completed, I want to, so I want to add one more job. So after file create, let me just run another job. What are the examples we have seen? One is file create, then let me application. Let me say I want to call the application. Okay. Okay. Like I can decide when this file is successful, run this. Okay. Or I can say on failure or always. Okay. So let me just say when this is successful, I want this job to be selected. Okay. Like this, I can call multiple jobs. Okay. Let me call the custom fact job on failure. Okay. So I can just save this. Like this, you can define a complete workflow. Imagine that you have a huge set of playbooks and you want to decide, okay, if successful, run this playbook. If it is not, run the other playbook. Like this, you can just create a workflow. That is the advantage of this workflow. So with this, you will be able to run multiple playbooks in a single concept. So let me save this and let me try to run
So
this.
this will be an alternative for roles, right?
No, I wouldn't say that, because imagine you have multiple in a single application, you have multiple roles applied. Okay.
Okay.
So at that time also you can use it. It's not a replacement for role, I would say.
Okay.
So it's kind of a detailed workflow, or like let's say on success, I want this to run. Okay, if there is a failure, I want to roll back. I have a separate
All right.
playbook written for rollback. Then I can use this. That's
All right.
one use case.
Oh, makes sense.
So let me just try to branch. So this file create is running. It is successful. On success, it should have created the application. It will never run the custom fact. Only on failure, it will run the custom fact. So like this, you can define n number of workflows based on your need. You see this? This was successful. So it has run the application. Let me try to create a failure on this. And I will show you. Sorry. In the file create, let me make an intentional mistake. See this. Let me refresh this project. Ansible lab. Let me launch it again. So you can see that it has failed. So it has run the custom file. In the previous step, it has run the application because it was successful. I intentionally made a failure, then it has run the custom file. So this is how you can do things using the workflow. Clear, guys, on the tower?
Yes, Satish, so far.
So with this, we can conclude tower. Let's move on to testing the Ansible playbook, right? So in any production scenario, I cannot directly run things on my actual servers, right? I need to test it on a local, okay? But it is not kind of a source code. You can run it locally and then test it, right? You need to bring up the server. On that, you need to apply the playbook, and then only you will be able to test it.
Right.
So for that, there are multiple approaches people will do. Okay, one is like manual testing. They spin up the server and then do that, but that is going to be very tedious job. Okay, so the next approach they have is called Vagrant method. Hope you are aware of what is Vagrant.
Not me.
Okay, so you guys might have used the VirtualBox, right? Oracle VirtualBox. Okay, so there you will, on a single machine, you can bring up multiple servers, right? Like after installing VirtualBox, you can install multiple things. Okay, so Vagrant is a command line utility for VirtualBox, so it can spin up missions using command line.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so using Vagrant, it will bring up the missions. Okay, on top of the missions, we will apply the playbook. Okay, and after the playbook is applied, we will write a test cases. Okay, using Python. Okay, so for example, ensure that I'm writing a playbook which has to install Apache. Okay, so after that, once the playbook is applied, I will go back and say I will log into the machine and I will ensure that Apache is installed. Okay, that we are going to write it using Python. I'll just show you an example. Okay.
Okay.
This is one approach. Another one is the Docker approach, which is much more easier because Docker is much lesser resource consuming compared to Vagrant. Okay. So everyone will be using the Docker for an easy approach. Okay. So Docker is the way we are going to see this as an example. Okay. And for this, I may need to install a Python package called Molecule. So Molecule is the Ansible component. Molecule. Ansible molecule. So this is what it is going to help you for the testing. Okay. So let me go to my controller and install and configure molecule for testing. Okay. So let me go to my, on the controller, I'm logged in as the root user. So here also, I'm going to give the instructions like on a bare machine, how you will install molecule. Okay. So that you can just repeat it on your development machine. You can use that. Okay. So first thing is yum update -y, because some of the steps we might have already updated for other activities. So, but I'm just going to run from the scratch. So this is yum update is done, and I'm going to install my EPEL release. I'm just repeating this step on the Slack because so that you guys can follow that on a new machine. If you want to set up the model, you can follow the steps. EPEL release, that's already done. So yum group install development tools. This is also, I have already done that. Then yum installed Python D level, Python to pip, Docker and Ansible. All these things we have done. Oh, some things. Okay, we already have the Docker CE. So instead of this, I will just give you Docker -CE. Install Docker Community Edition. Let me run the command with Docker CE. Okay, all the packages are already installed, so we don't need to do anything here. So we have already started Docker and enabled it because we know that our tower is running on this. Start, enable Docker. Okay. So next is pip install upgrade. This is already being done. Then let's update the setup tools. I want the latest version of setup tools. So this is the command. So setups tool is already up to date. And I need wheel. This is already being installed. So no worries. Next, we are going to install py test. So this is the testing utility used for py test. And then pip install py text x distinguisher. This is another package which is needed. Okay. Next is there is a Python library called test infra. Basically, this uses the test infra to do that. So this will install the test infra. Okay. So with this, I'm completed installing all the dependency package. So next, I'm going to install my molecule and Docker. Okay. So let me know once you have completed till this step, then we will start up with the installation of molecule.
Is there any tutorial or any website wherein we can find the series of dependencies for any package so that we can
You can
download?
refer the molecule, this molecule installation guide, right? This you can refer.
Okay, so there will be providing all this.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks.
Done, guys?
Yes, Satish.
Okay. Next, I'm going to install molecule and Docker. Docker we already installed. Okay. So I'm just going to install the I'm just running both the commands so that when you run it on a bare machine, you don't have any issues. So the molecule and the dependent packages are installed.
Satish, I just joined. The commands that you sent, we have to execute it on controller?
Yeah, you have to execute it on the controller machine.
Okay, thanks.
Satish, I'm not able to install molecule. It's giving me some error.
Can you share your screen, please?
Yeah, sure. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah. Setup tools. Have you run the command pip install -u setup tools?
I think like we already installed it last time, so I didn't install it now.
No. Setup tools, you have to upgrade it to the latest version. Already up to date. Oh, new version of Ansible came in just 2.8, 9.9.
Yeah, looks like it's working now. Oh no.
No. It's copying. Build failed. Okay. Error. No space left on the device. Oh God. Do a df-h. This is bad. 97. Okay. Anyway, we no longer need the tower. Do a Docker images. Okay. Do Docker RMI, that first two one.
These two?
AF, yeah, and BC. And also the BC. Okay, now try to run this. Now try to run the command.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Good.
Now it should proceed.
Thanks, Satish.
Okay, guys. So next is, so everyone, it is completed. Okay, I'll give some more time. Let me know once everyone is completed.
Yeah, Satish, I'm getting an error while I'm running the Ansible molecule command.
Sure, maybe.
Sure. Let me share my screen. You're able to see my screen?
Yeah.
So I'm getting this while running the Ansible molecule command.
No, don't run the Ansible molecule command.
Oh, that's not required. That was for the what? Like I missed a bit.
So Ansible molecule is just a heading.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm so
I
sorry.
just want to differentiate that this is the heading.
Oh, so sorry. Yeah, run Satish.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, guys, ensure that you are in the home directory. So there, I am going to create a role using molecule. Okay. So when you, rather than using Ansible Galaxy, I'm going to create the role using molecule that will also include all the required testing scripts, the parameters need for testing, all those things it will be done. Okay. So the command is molecule init role. Okay. So then I need to provide what is the driver I'm going to use. That's called Docker. And the verifier name is called test infra. So we have installed a Python package called test infra, right? This will be used to test the infrastructure. And I'm going to give the role name. Let me name it as Redis. Okay, let's use the Redis installation and service start for this. So once you are done this, you can see there is a directory called Ansible role Redis got created. Inside that, if I run the tree command, you can see the complete role structure. Added to that, there will be a molecule folder created. So these are all the default role structure, right? Default YAML, file, handlers, meta, and task, template, test, and all those things. Adding to that, you can see there is a molecule directory added. Okay. So inside that, couple of important file, this molecule.yaml is going to have the information like what are the platforms it needs to bring it up. Okay. And this test default.py, this is the file I'm going to write my test cases. So clear, guys?
Satish, can you give us that command?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So this is the command to initialize a role using molecule.
Okay. And can you just recap what you explained post this?
Yeah. So it is going to create a role directory. The other directories are same as what we will create while creating a role, right? This default files, handlers, meta, task, template, test, and vars. Okay. Adding to that, it is going to create one more directory called molecule.
Okay.
Inside that, there will be a file called molecule.yaml. This is the file which is going to have information about like what is the platform I'm going to use. Okay, when I'm saying about Docker, I need to tell which Docker image I should use for testing, right? So if it is CentOS, what is a Docker image I should use it for testing? CentOS and Ubuntu, Debian, and like that. So all these informations will be inside the molecule.yaml. So we'll go in detail about this YAML file. Okay, and next is this test underscore default.py. This is the file which is going to have my test cases.
Okay. As a test case and your test YAMLs.
Yeah, test YAMLs. Basically, these are Python. We are going to write a Python code for testing.
And that molecule.yml is just like the ansible.cfg file that we have.
Kind of configuration file. Yes, exactly. Okay. So this is a empty role. Okay, with a molecule test enabled. Okay. To run a test, the command is called molecule test. It will run some particular steps. I will just explain one by one. Molecule, molecule test. So let it complete. I will just explain you what it is all about.
Meanwhile, can you give that commands?
Yeah, sure. Molecule test is the command.
And we run this inside the role folder. Okay.
Inside the role folder, yes. Ensure that you are inside this. Ansible role, and then this. Okay. So if you see that while I'm creating, it is going to run all these steps. Let me explain one by one. Okay. So the first step it is going to run is called as a dependency. Okay. This will download if there is any dependency needed to run for the particular role. For example, if you are downloading a role from Ansible Galaxy, it will download and keep it ready. So just forming the code for you. For example, you have mentioned that in the requirements.yaml, it should download a role and you want to keep it ready. You can just, it will just create the dependencies first. Okay. And basically there is no requirements file there. So it's saying skipping. Okay. Next is called lint. Okay. Lint is basically a source code analyzer, which is going to talk about how good your source code is written. Right? We use SonarQube, right? Like that for Ansible code, there is a lint available. So it can be either a YAML lint or an Ansible lint, which will just check whether we are writing the source code in the right format. So that's what this lint step will run. Okay, it will just check about here whether you are following all the standards and your coding is up to the mark and all those stuffs. So that is what the lint is going to do. Okay. So here it is skipped because in the molecule.yaml lint is disabled. Okay. I haven't installed any lint application here. Okay. And next one is your cleanup. Okay. Cleanup, which will do any cleanup required for the playbook. It will do that. Okay. Next step is destroy. Okay. Destroy is something like if there is any previous test infrastructure is running, which may cause any issue, right? So it will destroy any existing test infrastructure completely. Okay. Next step is called syntax check. So it will run a syntax check on the playbook. Okay. If there is any errors on the syntax, it will just do it. So if you see that it is doing the destroy, it is just checking for waiting for instance deletion to complete. So nothing is there. It is done. Then it is doing the syntax. Okay. So next step is called create. Okay. This is where it is going to create the instance which are configured using the configured driver. Okay. Imagine I want to bring it up a CentOS machine. It will just bring up the CentOS machine. You see this in the create step. It is bringing up a CentOS using this Docker image. Okay. This is what is the entry. I have it in my molecule.yaml. I will just show that. Okay. So it is creating the Docker network, okay, and then bringing up the instance. So it is waiting for the instance to come up, okay, and then this step has completed. Okay, next is prepare. Okay, so once the server comes up, I want to write a playbook to prepare the instance for something. I can do that. Here I don't have any prepare script running, so prepare playbook is not configured, so I'm just skipping it. Okay, next is called converge. Converge will basically try to apply the role or the playbook onto the instance which is just brought up. So whenever you make a changes to your playbook, you need to run the molecule converge command so that the playbook will be applied on the running Docker container. Okay, and next is called side effect. Okay, so what is the next? Oh, sorry, independence. Okay, independence is something like while this test infrastructure is creating, if you made some changes to your playbook, it will just validate that and then it will apply that. So that is called independence. So there is no changes happened. Okay, and next is your side effect. If you want to write any side effect playbook, once the infrastructure, once the playbook is applied, you want to add some more task, you can just do it. I don't have any side effect is configured, so it is skipping that. Okay, next is the area where it is going to identify the test file in this location and it is going to run it. So there is some default test is available. It has ran that and it's saying it is passed. Okay, then after that it is going to do the cleanup. Okay, and then it is going to destroy the Docker infrastructure. So this is the flow that molecule will execute. So it will just load all the dependency packages, then it will run the lint on the Ansible code, then it will do the cleanup, then it will destroy any existing infrastructure available, then it will do the syntax check, then it will create the instance. Okay, then it will prepare. After that it will apply the playbook using converge, and independence is like it will just run the playbook again to check anything is modified. Okay, and next the side effect. If you have any side effect YAML, you can just write it. Okay, and then next verify the test. That is, this is where the test is getting executed, and next is your cleanup. It is going to clean up, and then last is the destroy. It will tear down the complete infrastructure. So this is what molecule does. Okay, so let me show you that default molecule.yaml. You see that it's saying my dependency is Galaxy and my driver is Docker, and platform I'm saying you should use this image. If you remember in the create step, it has used this Docker image to bring up the mission, right? So this is where I'm defining which Docker image I should use. Okay, and next is verifier is the test infra and provisioner is the Ansible. So this is what we have it in the default molecule.yaml, and there is a default test file available. Let me show you the test file. Test.default.py. So basically, this is a sample test case. So for all the files, they are checking whether the etc host file is available. Okay, assert file exist. Okay, so this is the Python code. So they are taking the content of this on the host file. They are taking it to a variable called f. If the f exists, it will consider as a success. If the file is not available, this will be considered as a failure. And next is assert f, right? Whether the owner of the the root permission of the file is root and the group permission of the file is root. They are validating it. Okay, so let's just do a small modification to the test file and see what it will show when there is a failure. Okay, so just give you the location of these files for your reference first. let me modify this test file, and instead of this host file, actually the file name will be etc host. Let me intentionally give a wrong file name. So my test case will fail here. So let me save this and let me run the molecule test again. So previously I got success, right? This time I should get a failure. You see that? It's saying there is a failure. Previously it was successful, but now it has failed because the file does not exist. There is no file called etc host. It is etc host, HOSTS.
So even if it failed, like the destroy command will be executed, last destroy.
Yeah. Every time destroy will be executed. Okay. So imagine like you are working on a playbook. You don't want the destroy to be run. Okay. That is what we are going to see then. Okay. This is a complete testing. We can just split them one by one. We'll see that next.
And about the create command, so we are to create instance using what you are going to use?
Docker. We are using Docker as that. In the YAML file, we can say where is the YAML content? Yeah, this is the file, right? Driver is Docker. So it is going to create a Docker container. And this is the image for the Docker container.
Okay. Where it will get this information? In the YAML file, we are described about driver equal name equal to. So it will read this file.
Yeah, when you run the molecule, it will get this. What should be my driver I should be using? If it is background, it will be background.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And Satish, once again, this last step that you said destroy, what does it actually do?
So in the create step, it is creating the Docker containers, right? In the destroy, it will destroy the Docker containers.
Okay.
Okay. So now let me say I just wanted to don't want to run the complete step. I just wanted to do the converge. Okay, I will just show the individual commands. So the command to run only the like bring up the infrastructure and then apply this playbook. So I can use molecule converge. So it will create the infrastructure and apply the playbook onto it. So molecule test will run the complete cycle. If I do molecule converge, it will just apply the playbook. It will bring up the infrastructure and then apply the playbook.
Which playbook will it apply?
Currently, I don't have any playbook, so it's not applying anything.
So it will focus on the test play.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will. We are going to write a playbook and let's see the example. Okay. So next, let me create a. If I want to just run the test, okay. After converge, I want to just run the test. You can use molecule verify. It will just execute the test scenario. So I know that I intentionally made changes onto that. Let me modify that test case and then run the molecule verify again. Yeah. Let me make changes. I'm just making the changes in the test case. Let me write it, and then if I run the molecule verify, I should get it success now. It is success. Okay. So molecule test will run the complete flow. Molecule converge will just apply the playbook, and molecule verify will just verify the playbook. Okay. And next, if I want to do it like molecule destroy, this will destroy the complete infrastructure. Okay. So whatever we have done, like combinedly in the molecule test, we are just splitting it up and using this.
Satish, can we execute for this destroy and other commands for a particular container?
No, it will be the complete test infrastructure will be brought up.
Okay, destroy will completely destroy everything, no? Like.
Yeah.
So if you want to, if we have other like containers.
So normally when you test it, you will not come to a scenario like I want to do it only on these things. So in that case, you will modify the molecule YAML. There you can restrict which container you want to run. Like, okay, so that's what I'm going to do next. Okay. So imagine in the VI / molecule default molecule.yaml here. If I want to have one more instance, okay, currently we are talking about only one, right? So let me add a couple of things. Let me add Ubuntu name. So currently it is doing the testing only on the Ubuntu. I want this test to run on the Ubuntu and Debian. Okay, so Ubuntu. Then I can provide the image name for it. Images Ubuntu : 18.04, and I can have name Debian. Let me use the image. So these are all the Docker images. Okay, Debian.
And this you're editing it in molecule.yml.
Yeah, I'm editing in the molecule.yaml.
Okay.
So it was running on only one Docker container, right? I want it to run on the 3 Docker containers. So for that, I'm just going to provide informations. Okay. Image name is not Debian. It is Debian 9. Debian 9 is the latest version. So when I run the converge now, right? So let me save this. Cat. So in the existing file, I have increased the platform to 3 platforms. If I do the molecule converge now,
Satish, while this is running, sorry to have you repeat. Can you just give me a short brief again on what does the converge mean? Satish?
Hey, just a moment, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me, sir. Sorry. Tell me.
So yeah, I was saying, can you just tell me once again, what is this converge?
So, so Docker converge is molecule converge is basically it is going to bring up the infrastructure based on the molecule.yaml. Okay. In the molecule.yaml, I have asked it to bring up 3 instances.
Okay.
Right? One is CentOS, one is Ubuntu, and one is Debian. So the same playbook, I'm testing it on 3 different platforms.
Right. So before you test it, you initialize it. That's
So we need to bring up the container, right? So that is what this converge will do. So it will bring up the Docker containers. On the Docker containers, it will apply the playbook.
Okay. So when you give, so what command you give? You give molecule space converge, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll bring up those instances we gave, and then it'll run the test files.
It will run the playbook. It will not run the test.
Okay, it'll run the playbook. Okay.
Okay. Molecule verify is the guy which is going to bring up the molecule verify is the guy who's going to run the test cases.
Okay. And where do we place these test cases? The test YAMLs?
Test.py. I've shown that, right?
Okay.
The test.py, I have modified the test cases.
Right. Test.py.
So I was trying to build the images. Let's give it some more
So
time.
this will run all the test YAMLs that you placed in the test folder, which is inside the, okay.
It's not test YAML, it's Python file, test.py. These are Python.
It's Python, okay.
Okay, I'm having my disk space issue. So let me just kill the Docker, Ansible tower related stuff. Okay. So Docker PS, Docker stop. I'm just going to stop all my containers and then remove this. I should have given a higher space for this controller. -a. So let me give you this commands for you guys also. Let me just do the cleanup and then run it again. So first run Docker PS. It will list of containers. Okay. Then do Docker stop the container IDs. Container IDs in space delimited. Then do Docker PS-A. There, issue the command Docker rm the container IDs. Docker rm container IDs.
This is like you're removing the tower, right?
Yeah, I'm removing the tower.
Tower and Docker is one and the same.
Our tower is running in the Docker only, right?
Okay.
Okay. Now give the command Docker images. Docker images. Then issue the command Docker RMI image IDs. Docker RMI. I'm just going to remove all the images. This will get me a lots of space. So I may have to use -- force. There will be some dependent packages.
Satish, when I try to remove Docker image, after doing Docker ps-a, and I did Docker rm and given the names. You cannot remove a running container.
So first do the stop. So if you in the stack, if you see that first I'm stopping the containers, then I'm removing the containers.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now after this, if I run the Docker images, I should not get any output, and Docker ps-a, I should not get any output. So that means my cleanup should have been done properly. Okay. If I do df-h now, great. I have recovered almost 4 GB. That's more than enough. So let me run the molecule converge now.
Satish, do we need to remove only the tower images or all the images?
All the images, let it download it. It's not going to be a problem.
So after deleting all these, how many to exit? Satish, molecule.
Molecule converge.
Okay.
Okay, I think a spelling mistake in the Debian. Debian. Debian :9. Sorry. What did I do? The molecule.yaml. I've given a wrong name. It should be. Sorry. vi Debian. In the Docker thing, we'll just talk about this in detail. So the images are built. It is trying to bring up the containers now. So all the instances are up. If I run the molecule verify, I can see that it has collected 3 test cases. And all of them are successful.
Satish, I did see some issue in my system. Can I share my screen?
Yeah. So let me just modify this file. Okay. In the molecule.yaml, ensure that it is Debian :9. Okay. I have wrongly mentioned it as Debian. Save changes. I have made the changes in the Slack. Please use the latest one. Yeah, that's what. You have to make the changes into the molecule.yaml. vi molecule default. No, not slash. Not slash. The same in the molecule tab default molecule.yaml. In this, the image name should be Debian :9. I have made a mistake. Yeah. Now run this. You should see that infrastructure is coming up.
After changing the what should do that?
Sorry?
After updating the YAML file, what should I?
After updating the YAML?
What command I need to run?
Molecule converge. Molecule converge is the command which will bring up the infrastructure.
So Satish, this molecule converges by default read the file from default and molecule.yaml.
.yaml, yeah.
So if you want read our own files.
No, you have to put it in the molecule.yaml. That is the file where the configurations are stored.
Okay.
So basically, after we run this, we need changed should be 3, right? Because I'm getting a couple of errors.
Okay.
Is that okay if I can share quickly?
Yeah, please. instance is not coming up. Okay, the log is disabled. Just a moment, I will just show you how to enable the log.
Okay.
Molecule.
You can share, Satish. We will probably follow you until then.
No, this is specific to you. I will just show it on your
Okay.
screen itself.
That's great
But
then.
for me, it's up.
Are you putting the commands in Slack?
Just a moment, I'm just verifying that command.
Okay.
So in the molecule.yaml unity enable logging. The log is true. In the provisioner, edit the file.
Okay.
Under the provisioner, under the Ansible, name :Ansible. After that line, add a line called log : true, T in caps. Log : true. Save this. Run it again. This will print the log message. Currently, it is not printing. Okay. Ansible Redis role. Ansible inside was access time from what is the error I'm getting? These things are okay. Okay. Thought it's an error. Failed. Localhost. No space left on the device. Do a df-h. Have you did the cleanup?
Yeah, I did. I've got complete free LI.
Can you just go to the Docker images?
Where is that?
Docker, run the command Docker images.
One word?
Docker space images. And still you have your Docker. Oh, no, these are all.
I did the steps that you gave.
Remove the Docker RMI.
RMI.
RMI -force. Remove the AWX web.
Remove the, okay.
Both of them. It is the same thing, okay, the same ID. And then remove the none container that starts with 44. Yeah. Enter. Now do the df-h. Now we are getting 3.2 GB. I think it should be enough. Now do the Docker converge. Sorry, molecule converge. Now it is fine.
Perfect. Thank you, Satish.
Satish, can you was that updated YAML file, molecule.yaml?
I have just modified that. You can just see it in the Slack. On the existing file, I have modified it. Take the latest one.
Okay.
So the change, what I made is, Like here, previously it was Debian 9. I have changed it to Debian :9.
Okay.
So everyone, the converge and verify completed?
Yes, Satish.
I'm getting an error.
Can you share your screen, please?
Okay.
Fatal. No such container Ubuntu. Can you just show me the YAML? Molecule YAML. This is right. Run it again. 2:18.04. This is the same thing. Yeah, run the molecule converge again. I want to see it. Modules failed to execute. Do a docker ps -a. CentOS is coming. Do a molecule destroy. DSTROY. Molecule destroy. Now do a molecule converge. I think it is building it from now.
Yeah, I have executed before without modifying that one once, and again I executed after the modification.
I think it is thinking that okay, that the images are built, but actually the images were not built. That is the reason. Now let's see. So basically, when you do this, when the images are coming up, and a molecule will go ahead and install all the dependent packages on the default image, okay, and do that, okay. But for testing, this is not much effective, because if you try to bring up a, yeah, now it is going further, okay. So when you try to use that to bring up a service and other stuff, this images will not be helpful. I'm going to give you a different set of images, okay, which is going to help you. Those things are pre-configured, okay. So now run the molecule verify. See, I just wanted to show you how to add this thing, but we are going to use a different images now. Okay. Let me give you those details to you. So these are pre-built images which are available. So let's apply that. So in the Slack, let me give the command. So the content, whatever I given in the, let me just replace the complete, let me share my screen. So in the molecule default molecule.yaml, I'm just going to replace the complete content of the platform with that. Yeah, I'm just going to replace the content. Okay. So these are pre-configured images available on the Docker Hub. So I'm just going to use that. So completely replace the platform stuff here and save this. Guys, let me know once you have done that. Then let me issue the molecule destroy. After this, and this will be pretty fast because there is no build step needed because these are pre-built images. Then molecule converge. So these are pre-built images, so it will be much faster than the previous step. So molecule destroy and then molecule converge. So everyone, let me know once the molecule converge is ready. If you want, we can run the molecule verify once.
So Satish, when we run molecule converge, the default file will be YAML file will be executed, and when we run molecule verify, so test file will be executed.
Yeah, test file will be executed. So that's what it's saying that there is a test file found in this location. I'm just running that.
Okay.
Test underscore default.py.
Okay, we can modify the test file also as we are doing.
Yeah, that's what we are going to do now. Okay. Clear, guys? With the new Docker images, is the molecule converge and verify is successful? Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a playbook. Okay. And so this is vi task main.yaml. So I know that in a roles directory, there will be a default main.yaml will be available, right? So let me edit that. In that, I'm just going to put the complete content. So I'm just not going to write line by line. I'll put it on the Slack also for you guys. So
you're creating this inside the roles, right?
yeah, it is already there. The main.yaml will be already there.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Let me clean up the complete file and let me paste this. So what I'm doing is, in this playbook, I'm installing the EPEL release. Okay. Then I'm installing a package called Redis. And if the OS family is Red Hat. Okay. For Debian based system, the package name is called Redis server. And for Debian based, I'm just disabling the binding. Okay. Then I'm just going to start the Redis service. So this is my playbook. If it is a Red Hat mission, it will install the EPEL release and then Redis. If it is a Debian based mission, it will be Redis and then it will create the binding for this. Okay, and I'm just going to start the service called Redis. So this is the YAML I'm applying. So let me save this. Everyone created the main.yaml? Done, guys?
1 second, Satish. Yeah, Satish, that's modified.
So I have created a new playbook, right? So let me run molecule converge. So this will apply the playbook on the existing infrastructure. So you see that it is ensuring EPL repo is installed on Red Hat. So it's done on CentOS 7. Then it is installing Redis. So as Ubuntu and Debian, both are Debian based, it is done. So it is changed. Now on the Debian system, it is skipping the CentOS mission and then installing the Redis on both Ubuntu and the Debian container. So everything is applied. Now let me run the modicode verify again. I'll get both the test cases successful because I'm just testing whether the host file is owned by root. So guys, let me know once you have completed this. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write a test case to ensure the package is installed and the service is in the started state.
Is after updating main.yaml file.
Main.yaml molecule converge.
But molecule converge will default, it will take molecule YAML file, no?
Sorry?
Molecule converge will execute a molecule.
No. It will take the inputs from the YAML and bring up the infrastructure for you. And then apply the playbook on top of it. See, imagine it like instead of applying this on the actual server, you need to bring up the infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what molecule does is in the molecule.yaml, I'm defining these are all the three platforms for me. One is CentOS, one is Ubuntu, one is Debian. Okay. It will bring up three containers. One is a CentOS container, one is Ubuntu container, and then Debian container. On those containers, it will apply the playbook.
Okay.
So molecule converge will get the infrastructure ready for you, and then in the infrastructure, it will apply the playbook.
Okay. So the playbook is also a default one.
Yeah, main.yaml. That's why we have written in the main.yaml, because this is specific to the role. In the role, the default playbook is main.yaml.
Okay. Okay.
And also, Satish, this main.yaml file that we edited right just now, where is that actually located? It's inside the
tasks. See, it's the same role. See, when you create a role, where we write the tasks, it will be the playbooks will be written under the tasks, and under that you will have the main YAML, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is where I have written.
Okay, cool.
Then guys, everyone, the converge completed?
So one question, Satish, like already created molecule converge, first time with updating the main.yaml file.
Sorry?
We before updating this
main.yaml, so we have just run the molecule converge. At that time, I don't have any playbook there, right?
Yeah,
we had
true.
the playbook, but it doesn't have any content.
Yeah, true.
Right? So it just applied the empty playbook. Now in the main.yaml, I have written some task, right?
Yeah.
After that, when I run the converge, so these things were enabled, right? Installing that Redis and all those things were enabled.
Okay, just this will be like executed.
Yeah, the task, whatever we written in the main.yaml is getting executed on those missions.
Okay. The bringing up of these machines was already done previously, so I
yeah.
think.
So the containers are already running. So it just applied the. See, that's what you can see that if you read the complete flow, the infrastructure is already there. It is not bringing up.
Okay. So if any new changes are there in that molecule.yaml file,
main.yaml, then it will apply that.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So next, let me start writing the test script. Okay. So vi molecule default test underscore default.py. So this is the file I'm going to write the test script. So edit this file here. I'm just going to put the pre-existing test rules. So these are literal Python codes. So let me explain one by one. So first thing is I'm just defining a function. So basically, whenever I call the function, it is going to give me the respective service name. Like I told you in that Ubuntu and Debian, the package name is called Redis, okay, and the service name is called Redis, okay. So I'm just doing the mapping for Ubuntu. The package name is Redis server. For Debian, the package name is Redis server, and CentOS, the package name is Redis server. Okay, so this is a which I'm defining. Then to check whether my Redis is installed, okay, so get Redis package name. This is going to call this, okay, and it is going to give the host information. If I pass CentOS, it is going to return Redis. If I pass Debian, it is going to return Redis-server. Okay, then I'm just getting the package name, okay, and ensuring that the package is installed. Assert Redis package is installed. Okay, next for the service also, I'm just getting the service name and then asserting the Redis services running and also enabled. So assert is the area where you can see what is the test case. Okay, so I already have a test case saying that whether this file is present and it is owned by root. Okay, and then group is also root. I'm adding 3 more condition. Check whether the respective Redis package is installed, and at the same time whether the Redis service is in running state and it is in the enabled state. So let me save this, and now let me run the molecule verify again. You see, previously it was showing only 3 items. Now we have 9 items. So all the 9 test cases are passed. We modify this file. Instead of this, it's not underscore installed. Not installed. Save that. You see that? Assert not installed. Just a minute. Underscore installed. What is the way to this person is come back on the is underscore not install. Instead of that, let me just change it to is not. This, let me just change the package name. The Ubuntu itself, let me just change the package name to different. See that, show you the execution. So this is a assertion error. Okay. So basically, the package name is having a failure on the Ubuntu. So it's failing two things. One is on the package name and another one is on the service name. Okay. So you can do that. Let me just show you that. Default test.py. So this is going to help us to check. So like this, you can just write multiple test cases based on your playbook execution. So if I want to run the complete molecule test, I can just run this command. So it is going to delete all the instances, run the test and publish the result. And then it is going to tear down the complete infrastructure. With a single command, you can just run it. So you can just keep it as a part of your continuous integration process, where you will ensure that the test is completed. Then only you can just push it to the target. You can just do that. So normally test cases are specific to the roles. If you have multiple roles, you have to test them one by one. So you can see that. So I got some certain error. Okay. So let me change the, modify this test case and put a success scenario. Save this and run the complete molecule test.
So Satish, can we have multiple test files?
Yeah, we can have multiple test files.
And if we want to run the test in a particular order, do we need to do anything for that?
You need to define them in the order. Like you can, so that you have to write it in the Python only. If you need to do it in the particular order. See, one by one. Python always runs it serially, right? So it's basically a Python code you are executing in the backend. For me, all those test cases are passed now, and it is completed successfully. Then guys, with this we can conclude this training. Any questions on this?
Satish, my tests are failing.
Can you share me your screen, please? Failure. Test package name. File. Only on Ubuntu we are having this. Yeah, VI that. Make the service name as Redis server in the Ubuntu line. From the last fourth line, yeah, this one Ubuntu. Make it as Redis server because I intentionally introduced this failure. All of them are passed.
Satish, after this, one more command you executed, no?
Molecule test. This will run the complete flow. Initially, I have explained, right?
Okay. So when we do verify, then it will
run only the test case. Okay. Converge will only ensure the infrastructure is up and the playbook is applied. Test will run the complete flow.
Okay. Including this, our whatever we updated now, that default YAML.
Yeah, see, Converge will use the default molecule YAML only.
No, I'm taking up a verify and test difference.
There is no, see, test will do the complete flow, right? See, in the beginning, I have explained about this flow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, test will run the complete step. Verify will just run your test cases.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry?
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. Verify will run only this step, and Converge will only do this step. Prepare and converge. Right?
Yeah.
But this will run all the steps.
Okay. So test will run all starting from dependencies.
Yes, everything.
Till the destroy. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So Satish, with this, we are now capable of writing all Ansible, taking all these tasks.
So we have seen about multiple use cases, how to use template files, tags, and all those stuffs. So you need to apply that on your deployment scenario or your application scenario.
Okay. So anything else you need to refer, like any other stuff, like any links or anything to refer?
See, the best thing I talked about, share that screen. Okay. I would always ask you to go through this Ansible modules. So you can get list of all the modules, right, which you can use it. You can see this is the complete list of all the modules. So if you want any Ansible resources, you can just refer it here.
Okay.
Cloud modules, monitoring modules, file modules. These are all the various files. Okay. Find file. So try to avoid, the one suggestions I would give is try to avoid the shell script as much as possible. Try to write everything as a Ansible playbook.
Okay. And how about AWX good to use?
Like you are just creating a playbook and you are just, so basically you write everything as a role and then you put it a source code repository. From there it is executed via the AWX.
Okay, you said it is open source, no?
Yeah, AWS is open source, but if you're using Red Hat Tower, then you can use the Red Hat Tower. So as I told you, there is no much difference between these two.
Okay.
So Satish, by this we've concluded the Ansible training, is it?
Yes.